Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Hope everyone is doing well, feeling good. Ba ba boom boom. Ja, I thought about it. I don't want you getting problems. So you know what? Yes, keep the mic off. Keep the video off. Coming out while you're getting problems. How you doing this morning, Ja?
I am doing well. Good morning, all. Good morning, Rosolo. I hope you're feeling better. Good morning, Adasoji. Good morning, Alexa. Good morning, CIT family.
Good morning.
And I thought about that too, and I'm like, Javette, there's nothing wrong with at least putting on a shirt, right? You can put on a shirt and you'll be fine, and some short shorts. So, so even if I stand up, everything will be good. Okay.
No, my concern was the job because the algorithm is funny, and you don't know if anybody I got a scroll through. And so, wow, hold on there. That job. That's what I was thinking about. But I don't worry about the clothes. We came into this world with nothing. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you, Alexia.
Well, I will pop in and pop out. I won't be like full time on screen.
Pop up and show up.
Yes.
All right, morning, Joe. Rosola, how was the voice this morning? Did you gargle lime, honey, and rum?
Good morning. Good morning.
You sound better.
Yes, it's getting a little better. Thank you. Thank you, Ja. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Soji. Morning, Alexia. Morning, CIT family. Good morning, everyone. Bless what? What's today? Thursday?
Yeah. Happy Thursday to us.
That was a good vibe. Thank you for that. That was a good vibe. Yes. Going down memory lane.
Going down memory lane. Sometimes we got to do that. We have to take it back to, the good old days.
Yes. So yeah. Voice, I'm not using it too much, so the voice is getting better, but the pollen is still out there.
Put that mask on. I told you what to do.
I know. It's getting hot. Mask is so constricting.
That's how it goes. But you have to put it on.
No.
You have to think about your health, right? Health.
It's very quick. I don't want to feel like this, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So
yes. So, Soji, good show last night. I came in late. I came in around after 7. After the show yesterday, after I ate, I went to sleep, and I woke up at about 5 minutes after 7. I was tired, and came in, enjoyed it thoroughly. You were in the country of Brazil. The Portuguese, the land of the Portuguese, huh?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Javed. Good morning, Miss Rosolo. Good morning, Alexia. Good morning, Moments. Yes.
Don't forget to share the screen, folks. Don't forget to share up the live. Good show as always. Appreciate the history and recognizing that there are staunch similarities throughout the Caribbean, at least so far. The stories
Yes,
are very similar.
yeah. I mean, the if it's one thing that women do universally is the idea that they protect everything they care about, and also they extend that harm of what's the word, comradeship, to anyone who extends it to them. So that's universal, especially when Black women are concerned. So,
Yeah.
and that's the running theme with everyone that we've taken on so far. So, and that will continue in the course of the new season, because we've just finished season 1. So
Woo!
season 2,
Already?
yeah, 10 episodes. 10 episodes. Yeah. So season
Damn.
2. Season 2 will start next week. And yes.
Time flies.
Yeah, I mean, we do encourage people to keep on their shirts and stop kissing strangers. And yes, we'll be fine.
That's
Hello.
that's for you, and Rosolo, that's for you. You know, me and Alexia, we are the well-behaved ones.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. You know.
Okay, all right. Alexia, how things going? How Chip all right this morning?
I wouldn't know. I'm on my 2 weeks break. All I've been doing is sleeping, waking up in time for the show, and go back to sleep.
You're not
Yes.
checking in with Chip? Tell Chip I say hi when you
No.
see him.
Chip is for the 15th. No, girl. I went, you know what I did that I hadn't done in a year? I think I did it Tuesday. I went to the beach moments.
Hold on there. You live near Seaside and you haven't been to the beach in a year?
I saw it go. And that always up my people them out. You know, notice my holiday, I always the people them up with the far from the beach. Come down to the beach. No, but I was on the job for 6 months straight. So
Wow.
no breaks.
No break.
No break. So this is my first break. And I went to the beach. Guys, Mr. Guys, listen.
Okay, Macadam, come true.
You see, when on come to Jamaica, oh, please be an accent. Call me before I reach. I say my girlfriend find one river down a Trelawney. I want to know for go. When you can go tubing pan the river. Look here, I say I feel like a real tourist.
What part of Trelawney?
You know, when you reach right this side of the road where you them have a sheep farm, and you can either continue upon this the big road and go on the highway, go Mobile, or
You make it left. You make the left. And
yeah, you make a left.
make a left. Okay.
Right. You see the left where you make, you drive go right to one river edge, girl.
Okay. And that's Jamaican GPS folks. That's our Jamaican GPS. We're not talking about north, south, east, and west.
I want sheep goat farm right there, so down a Rio. I think a Rio Bueno.
Rio Bueno.
Right off at
you bust the left, right. That's all.
Instead of the right and going a Rio Bueno, you bust the left. Right to one river edge you go. Me say moments after me starfish down a beach and I sun me back and sun my front, you know. I go down at the river and I rinse out, girl. I wash my ear, I wash my body, I wash what I don't say, and some I wash my body. I say, why people in my pass on the tube? I say, welcome to Jamaica. Look here. I just sleep. The next day I sleep till a week. I say I never get to sleep then my whole entire life. All of me look at something, I'm watch up. I just
wash up the crosses.
Oh God, man, look here. Tell me when I come.
Listen, as it talk about wash your back and wash your front. Let me tell you something. So I came across a video, the soap factory, that family. I've been following them since forever. From before they blow up big, right? I've been following them. And I came across a video the other day. Before making the story, morning, Kirk, morning. So you missed the music session this morning, Kirk. You missed the music session this morning. It was all these goodies, a Sunday vibes. We had the metals. We had, we take it down in the day.
Lord of mercy.
Lord of mercy. You missed it.
That one copy in Thur. Never one, never two. Pick up everybody in here. Don't know say yo. We're there and see the Thursday. Rainy day.
Okay, Kirk. Yes, Alexia. So the sub factory, the mom, she put up a video talking about how important she never recognized the importance of the ocean, right? And old time people, them tell them I forgot go see, go wash themselves, don't wash off the crosses. But in actuality, there's scientific study behind going to the beach at a certain time of the morning and in the evening. There are properties within the water that helps the body. That is why sometimes them say when you're sick, go on at the beach. If you have a cold or the flu, go to the beach at early in the morning and dip in the ocean. Yes. Then you go again in the afternoon and you dip again. And she told someone who had a young child, I think, if I'm not mistaken, how the story goes. She told someone with a young child to go take the baby to the beach, wash the baby off and stuff, and it worked. So we sit here and we laugh at the things that old people said, traditions we carry on, but there's method to the madness. The ocean has healing properties, and yeah, we should incorporate it into our daily lives as much as we can. I know it's not practical all the time, but as much as we can, we should.
And you on Russell a little beach me go on now. On a little favorite beach and I know it's small,
Which one?
Discovery Bay. They should have seen me. I was in my Ariel era. And they should have seen me.
You know which beach I go to now?
Which one?
It's the Cove, Draxall.
Look here.
That's where I go. It's beautiful there. I love it. I like it. It's absolutely beautiful.
Listen, all I'm saying is, you see how certain country are going to go now, them are going. Let me tell you something. Let me make nobody take on for idiots. We not have no piece of land.
I my shirt proudly.
We not have no piece of land. When everybody else afraid to come back to them country, everybody at Jamaica have them like a coconut tree where them can come put them thing under, and that the US no know. You hear? Everybody will just go there, go look better, so make we like a coconut tree look better. Come out the yard.
Listen, one thing, I will never throw stone behind me. Never. And I said this to Alexia. This the one thing I do feel some type of way for folks who don't have somewhere else to go when crap hits the fan. Me, if you cut me open, I bleed black, green, and gold. Besides the red. You're going to find the black, green, and gold. Yeah, man. One Jamaica. I have a love-hate relationship with my people, Yes, I cuss my people them and I cuss my country and I take on my politician them. Yes, but I will forever love my country. I'll forever love my country. There's nothing like home. Once you touch down, there's just a different feeling. A completely different feeling. The vibe just different. It's not that we're depressed, we just need to go home. That's what it is. We just need to get back to nature, get back to our roots.
My mother always say, notice when I come to Jamaica 2 days before me, I feel like me get cross and miserable. I'm like, I thought that's because you couldn't get breadfruit and ackee. She said, no. And when I think about me, I forgot go back.
Yeah, and when it's true, the day when you have to come back to the States, you just feel a different vibe. Morning, Mr. Nemard. I don't know. There's just something about yard is a different feeling. Everything just different. The food, have no problems. After eating the food, feel no type of way. Real organic, healthy living. Me love it. Me love it. Yes, and Nesberry talking to my husband's cousin on FaceTime. She down there. And I said, what did you eat? Nesberry. I said, Lord of mercy. Whew. Yeah. But anyway, I don't want my mouth start drool.
Yeah, moments. It's my last talk and then we are going to hibernation. Then you know what so the girl when plan say the first 3 days are vacation, she go on where you cut water cleanse, yeah, I just water alone for 3 days. Come here, go detox my body. I mean, did I go on good, you know? Garbage River come in and I go on good till my landlord call me. I said, girl, a long time, me not see you walk good. I give me two knees where I slap them same time.
I'm hoping when I go back home, our
I
neighbor
mash up the fast.
Yeah, man, Naisberry. We have a big tree, and most of the mongoose them I take advantage of the tree, but still. Oh, anyway, my mouth of water now. Mouth of water. Mouth of water. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Happy Thursday. All right, it is Thursday, April 3, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Joe World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe. And I gotta say, welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food, LAURMEL, LormelSkinFood.com. And also brought to you in part by GrantCoffeehouse.com. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout. All right, folks, that is it. That is it. That is it. So much drama in this world, so much going on. Thank you to everyone again. Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Truly appreciative. Truly grateful. James, what's up? Checking in with you real quick before we start the first story. You're good up there in the north? Everybody get a taste of the US. Everybody get a tariff slap on them, the blouse and skirt. The only country, interestingly, the only country that didn't get, or the only countries that didn't get hit, James, were Russia and Belarus. Russia and Belarus. Them said, "Don't you know who for frightened?" But James, talk to me. How you do? Everything good up there, sir?
Yeah. I was gonna say earlier when you were talking about the Nesberry, I was saying next time the mongoose eat the Nesberry, you just put the mongoose in a one cook up. they're eating well. They're vegans, so just throw them in a pot and cook them up.
By the way, things are going on that don't sound too bad, you know, James. So like a plan, start catch them at. No, I wouldn't eat them. I'd sell them. But so instead of say yes, pear time coming in now on the north coast. Yes. You know, garden parish to the ting. You know, we're like Saint Anne. Yeah, argue with your mother. Don't argue with me. All right, folks. First up, out of the Caribbean corner. Where are we? Okay, Guyana is to host a Toronto job fair, inviting the diaspora to return and build the nation. All right. Telangana yard, yes. When I say why the people them country are suffer when you can build up on our own country and with all the oil. And not to worry, you're all going to be protected. The US is going to make sure that Guyana is taken care of, that nobody interferes with you all. So you all will be safe, you know? Yeah. Let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The government of Guyana, through the Diaspora Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, in collaboration with the private sector, is set to host a job fair in Toronto aimed at encouraging skilled Guyanese nationals in Canada to return home and contribute to the nation's economic development. The event will take place on April 5th, 2025 of this year at the Toronto Don Valley Hotel and Suites from 11 a.m. Again, let me say that, folks, the Guyanese nationals in Canada, you're being encouraged to go back on a yard, to go home. There will be an event, right? It's being held in collaboration with the private sector. It's a job fair. The event will take place on April the 5th, which is what? A Saturday? Today is the 3rd, tomorrow, Saturday, April 5th. It is happening at the Toronto Don Valley Hotel and Suites from 11 a.m. Ministry officials stated studies show that there is a gap of 100,000 job vacancies that are available across the Republic as development accelerates. The job fair will feature participation from key private sector leaders and stakeholders, offering attendees insights into the diverse opportunities available that are across various sectors within Guyana. All right, so the government has included key service agencies to provide guidance and assistance in several areas. Where does mosquito come from? Okay, in several areas, including NIS, passport, and remigration. Okay, so be on the lookout for that, participants. You can expect to meet industry leaders and interact with prominent figures from key industries in Guyana, explore job opportunities, learn about companies, gain insights into small, medium, and large enterprises operating in Guyana, understand the remigration process, engage entities such as NIS and Passport Office, interact with officials from Go Investment on investment opportunities, learn how their skills can contribute to Guyana's rapidly expanding economy. All right, so there you have it. They've brought it to your doorsteps, my folks up there in Canada. Take advantage of the opportunity, especially when you look at your circumstance and you recognize that you could truly do better on a personal level while improving your own country. Take advantage of it. All right. Okay. Next up, Lord of mercy. Mr. Trump, I know Jamaica, they are still in the Alwagwan. I don't know what we do to you, but Trump imposes 10% tariff on Jamaican exports. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM.com. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a 10% universal tariff on all imports into the country. This includes Jamaican exports to the American market. The president announced the new tariffs in a media conference at the White House on Wednesday.
We will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%, and that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept.
That was Donald Trump, U.S. president. According to Mr. Trump, the tariff is in retaliation for the 10% tariff now charged by Jamaica on U.S. imports. The tariff means American consumers are likely to see an increase in the price of Jamaican goods sold on the U.S. market. St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, St. Kitts, and Antigua are among the countries, the Caribbean countries that is, that will also see a 10% tariff applied to their exports. Nearly 60 countries across the world have been hit with tariffs ranging from 10% to as high as 49%. China, countries in the European Union, Taiwan, and Vietnam are among the hardest hit. It's one of the most sweeping impositions of tariffs in U.S. history. Trump says the tariffs are aimed at protecting American markets from unfair global trade practices. He's projecting a resurgence in American manufacturing as a result of the sweeping tariffs. Economists have warned the tariffs could spark a global trade war and significant inflation. You wanna know say him also slap tariffs on a country where nobody live. Wanna know that? Yeah. There are two islands, very small islands, that him slap tariffs on. Nobody lives there. Yeah, me have to make have to know this.
We have some news right now. Donald Trump imposed 10% tariffs on a pair of islands where literally no one lives. Nothing is being exported from these islands. No one lives there. Islands are the Thur and the McDonald Islands. This is from the federal government's own websites. Population is uninhabited. When you look them up, it's uninhabited because they're a remote sub-Antarctic volcanic island group in the southern Indian Ocean, primarily used for scientific research. Folks, there's nothing coming out of these islands. No exports coming out of these islands. But we now have tariffs on these islands, even though no one lives there. Before I continue, TikTok will be banned in less than 3 days, so please follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. All are linked to my bio to keep up with the news. These tariffs are 10% tariffs across the board, so technically they apply to the Thur and McDonald Islands, even though no one lives there and nothing is coming out of there, so there is really no need for tariffs. It really just doesn't make much sense, but the markets are falling. Prices are about to go up. Giddy up. As always,
that one was funny. But listen to this.
World War. President Trump announcing a massive worldwide series of tariffs. What you're going to see now to the right of me are the countries listed on Trump's giant poster. Just look at it, scroll. We had to speed it up because this is 185 countries. Trump took pleasure in it, detailing what he was about to do to these 185 countries. Some of the hardest hit places include the world's poorest nations. Others are in the midst of actual wars, physical wars. And look at the view if you just put up the map. Look at this map. It seems like nothing was too small to be included. That includes the Thur and McDonald Islands. It's a speck out there. See, we wanted it's a real speck because the population there is 0. According to the UN, just look, the merchandise exports, imports, and trade balance of that speck are 0. So when you look at that speck, which you wouldn't even know existed, I did not know that existed until today, and I love geography. It is hard to notice when you see the speck, the things that aren't included, right? The largest country in the world, Russia. The fact that they didn't add Russia and Belarus, who knows? Maybe they're making a statement to someone. Trump's world war. President Trump announcing a massive.
The Falkland Islands, you know where the Falkland Islands are, right? They're off the south coast of South America. Population per census.
Argentina. Remember the British fought a war over them with Argentina.
Right. Population as of 2021. 3,662. They have been slapped. You want to know with how much? 82%. 82%. But those little islands where nobody no live there, what's the point? What we're exporting from there? What we're getting from there?
That's
rather.
good. Listen, it's good PR for Trump. Okay, you put a list of country. The Falkland Islands, they're not exporting nothing to the U.S.
Must be penguins.
But you could campaign and say, yes, I put 82% on some countries that was taking advantage of us, so people think there's some benefit. On the other hand, I personally think the 10%, you see, if he came in and I put a 10% tariff across the board, I don't think it would have been that bad. You know why? The US is a very strong consumer market and everybody wants their good into the US. So a 10% tariff, yes, it's like a tax on the consumers, but that would have been a nice way and a smart way to put your agenda across and still raise some funds. So I could understand a 10% tariff across the board, given the strength of the US as a consumer market. You understand? A lot of people would still want to put the goods there. And with a 10% tariff, even on an individual basis, companies would have been able to negotiate and say, listen, you carry 5, I carry 5. Because you want to sell your goods, I need to buy your goods. So I could have seen foreign countries, the exporters, paying a percentage or a 50% of that tariff. So that could have been a net benefit for them coming in. You understand? Because the exporters would have absorbed that tariff. So that wasn't a bad idea. I want to go back to Guyana. The drive to get Guyanese coming back home to take up these jobs is good. But what the government of Guyana have to do is to look at the Singapore model and make sure they're adding value. And there is some value chain efforts, right? When I see that, for instance, you have oil, if you're setting up like any kind of companies or whatever it is, make sure that there's a lot of downstream companies that benefiting. Like in Germany, for instance, you have big companies and they have smaller companies that work producing certain aspects of what they need for manufacturing and so on. A model like that would be good in Guyana, and it would redistribute some of the wealth. But as to Trump and the 10% tariff, not bad. I just think it's too little too late. I think it wouldn't really add nothing now because you already have all these tariffs all over the place, helter-skelter. And now you'll be taxing certain goods that would affect the poor people in your population now. Because with a blanket tariff, it's like you put a 10% tariff on all goods and services, or all goods coming in, which is bad for the poor people. But if he had started there, he probably could have got away with it. I yield.
All right. Thanks, Mr. President. James, go ahead.
Yeah, so based on what happened yesterday, I think Jamaica is going to be the biggest loser with this 10% thing. Because it's kind of crazy because on Marco Rubio's visit, that was one of the things that the Prime Minister brought up. And all the other leaders from CARICOM brought it up, right? Because this thing is the CBI, the Caribbean Basin Initiative.
Yeah.
That was done in '83. I think it was President Reagan that did it. And that was kind of a compromise for taking away the jobs. Because remember, in the 80s was when 70s going into 80s was when all the jobs, the manufacturing jobs, like the free zone and those jobs from Jamaica started to go back, to leave Jamaica because they wanted cheaper wages, like in places like China and other Asian countries. And that was kind of a compromise. They started losing a lot of jobs. So the CBI was put in place for Caribbean folks that like farmers and manufacturing, local manufacturing around the Caribbean to send products pretty much like duty-free to America, to the diaspora. And that has been in place since '83. I think it's supposed to be renewed next year. So that is going to have like a devastating effect on Jamaica. And the reason being because a lot of Jamaican products that we see in Canada and in America already, they're not made in Jamaica. I talk about this quite a bit, that a lot of the ackee and stuff like that, when you open some of the ackee cans in America or in Canada, you can see the ackee them different. They're coming from some Latin American countries. And a lot of the other products, the Scotch bonnet pepper, you're going to some of the store and you say Jamaica Scotch bonnet pepper, and you can't eat it like cherry. So you know that it's not coming anywhere from the Caribbean. So we're already losing a lot of revenue based on other countries using our name, capitalizing on products. So the fact now that we're going to lose, it's going to be more expensive to buy real Jamaican products in New York, in Miami. And already when people go to these Caribbean stores and they're buying like potato, they're looking on the Jamaican potato, sweet potato, and they're like, oh, should I take this? This is like $3 a pound, or should I go with the one from Guatemala that's like $1.50 a pound? So this is it's not going to be good for Jamaica. Hopefully, I don't know, hopefully it can be reversed, but it's very bad.
And that's my concern, James, not only for Jamaica, but for the entire Caribbean region, right? Because when we go back, so I'm going to run down the list, but go ahead. Whose mic is open? Go ahead, niece. Morning,
everyone. I was going to say, for those of us who can remember, there was a point in time when then Minister of Agriculture, Christopherson, he went on a campaign, Eat What You Grow. And what it did, I don't know what the tariff rate or what triggered that, but what it did was it definitely increased local production and local consumption of the farm products. And, you know, Raphael Warnock from Georgia, right now what he's doing, he has organized, what do you call it, you know, he has organized for like a meeting, not a meeting, but somewhere where persons who want to renew their passports, he has created an event, an expo where persons can come and sign up to get an appointment to get it done, and if they have any questions. And that's what needs to happen. All these things that are happening, they need to look at the bright side of it, because what it's doing is forcing each country to increase manufacturing and production in their own country and encourage buy locally, buy from within your country. If you produce mass export, if you produce enough, fine, you can export. We have relationships with others outside of the US. We have relationship with persons outside the US where that is not an issue. We have the CARICOM market, we have Europe, we have Asia, and that avenue is even being opened up even more. So the whole thing that, you know, he's doing this, okay, fine, let him go ahead and put on a 10%. It gives us an opportunity, as with China. Every time they do something to China, they create another opportunity, another economic opportunity for them to, another market for them to go into. So here it is, we have an opportunity to increase production locally. The things that we're importing, to take a good look at them and try and see if we can get other sources for them, and develop other relationships.
All right, thank you, Niece. Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Just on the point that Niece was saying, during the Grenada Revolution, 79 to 83, the Maurice Bishop, they had a program where it said, grow what you eat and eat what you grow. They also had a buy local program. And they pushed the narrative so much that people used to go to the supermarkets and look for products made in Grenada first. Not only that, that is when they slap a lot of tariffs on the imported goods. So the goods that was coming from the US, they didn't tell you don't buy it. But whenever you buy it, you had to pay a price to buy it because it was highly taxed. I particularly remember Milo, because Maurice was saying that we had the best cocoa in the world. Why are we selling our cocoa and buying Milo? We will make our own and call it Smilo. So there was hefty tariffs on stuff like that because it was competing with the local chocolate industry.
Right.
To the point Niece is saying, and I always say that, the Caribbean as a destination is self-sufficient. So as opposed to saying buy local, you could say buy regional.
I was listening for that.
Buy regional. And let us take the same manufacturing prowess in Jamaica, the same cheap labor, electricity in Trinidad, the same oil that is producing out of Guyana now, and the fruits and vegetables coming out of the Windward Island, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. And let us create a Caribbean common, let us make a literal Caribbean common market where you could get stuff done. And that you could have partnership with a Grenadian firm that is producing X amount of agriculture stuff. We spend Trinidad every minute. You could partner with a Trinidadian firm who has manufacturing plant and capacity to produce mango nectar that we used to do in Grenada in 1983 and 79 to 83. Mango nectars, jams and jellies and whatever it is, and produce all the stuff that you had to do. And then you do that and you sell it in the regional market, a quality product at a reasonable price, and put tariffs on all the competing products coming from the US. And as a region, we all grow. So we look inward. Why are we always looking as though, oh my God, we will die? Because no, we have to stop this hat in hand plantations type kind of outlook. We have enough in the Caribbean. We have the brightest, we have bright minds, we have energy, we have land, we have everything.
We have the
Our
resources.
fish is superior. Everything. We have enough land for cattle farming and everything else. We could feed ourselves. Why are we so bothered about the GMO products we're getting from the West?
Exactly.
They're killing our
Right
economy
there,
in
sir.
any case, because our diabetes, hypertension, stuff that we never had before is now at all-time high in the Caribbean. Obesity, since when that was a problem in the Caribbean. The foods and stuff that the poisons that is being imported from the West is killing us in more ways than one. Let us look inward. Let us partner with Cuba in healthcare and form a regional healthcare model that everybody benefit from the technologies and everything that exists in Barbados and Trinidad, and you bring Cuba in it. Let us bring in Haiti in as a stepchild to a real child, and let us just show the power of the region and stop thinking we have to keep running to the US to get scraps off the table when we could put our meal on our own table. I yield.
And it's all, as you talk about opportunity, Mr. President and niece, you've also put it in the chat, opportunity. We've been saying this for a while, that there needs to be intra-regional trade. We've also said that there are other countries that we can trade with. More recently rather, we spoke about the opportunity that is now going to be presented to us with the direct flights coming from the Middle East. Which country was it? Was it Dubai? Which one of them? The airline. Oh my gosh.
Qatar.
Okay.
That was doing direct flights to Jamaica now.
So therein lies an opportunity. Yes, we like to focus on the US. I wholeheartedly agree. We put too much focus as though the US, if we're not trading with the US, oh my gosh, we're not going to succeed. If we can't get a visa to come to the US, oh my gosh, we haven't traveled. How many countries do we have in the world? How many countries are there? And yes, this is going to now force us to change the way we think and the way we operate. Will there be temporary pains? Yes, we're going to have some labor pains because it's going to take an adjustment period, right? And people are not readily, quick to make that change. But pivot, we have to pivot. Now we're going to recognize we need each other within the region more than anything else, because we have to become each other's allies. We have to support each other's economies, because at the end of the day, no one country can produce everything. None. Absolutely zero. We, depending on what it is that we need, for whatever we're manufacturing or producing, we need something from somebody else to complete the process, right? So we look to each other, we support each other, and then we look to other markets to see how we can get into those markets for trade reasons. We need to stop being wholly dependent on the United States. They're teaching us that we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. They're teaching us, well, they said they don't need anybody else. So we need to learn. Open up our ears and listen and learn. But go ahead. I know someone else that opened their mind.
Yeah, I think CARICOM, because what is happening now, people are getting frustrated with CARICOM because all the meetings and all the talks, because even yesterday I was reading some comment on Mia Motley where people were kind of upset because she wrote Donald Trump a letter, and in her speech she was talking about the vegetable and the fruits that are coming from Florida, and people were like, why are we getting vegetables and fruits from America when Guyana is setting aside land for the region to do farming? Why can't we fast track these programs and get going? And it's kind of crazy because, like, we see, for example, Jamaica and St. Vincent talking about going into medical cannabis thing to supply Canada and America. All of those land space could be used for fruits and vegetables. And the thing is, we're not far off, because I was looking up some numbers last night, and the Caribbean region, all the countries that are part of the Caribbean Basin Initiative program, and when you add trade for all the Caribbean islands, I think it's about 21. The deficit is a $9 billion deficit. So in 2023, the trade was 40 billion export into the US and 49 billion coming into the CARICOM island nations. So that is not way off, because say countries like Jamaica, Barbados, Dominican Republic, half of their imports are for the hotel and tourism sector. So that is not bad. So it's not like we're in a bad position. This thing don't take, they're talking about 2030 to get this program going. This thing can get going by tomorrow. We don't need to wait 5 more years to start feeding ourselves, you know? So I think people are getting frustrated with CARICOM, and CARICOM is almost like just a figurehead. They're not working fast enough. And I believe that this should force them to work faster than how they're working, because we can't wait until 2030 to start feeding ourselves.
James,
Hold on one second, Mr. President. Let me read for those who are not familiar. The Caribbean Basin Initiative that you hear James referencing, the CBI. The trade programs, collectively known as the Caribbean Basin Initiative, remain important to elements of U.S. economic relations with our neighbors in the Caribbean. The CBI is intended to facilitate the development of stable Caribbean basin economies by providing beneficiary countries with duty-free access to the U.S. market for most goods. The CBI was launched in 1983. It was launched through the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act and expanded in 2000 by the U.S. Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act, and again by the Trade Act of 2002. CBERA was implemented on January 1, 1984, and has no set expiration date. Go right ahead, Mr. President. All right, while we're waiting for Mr. President to come on back, the
point James make is the point I wanted to make. When you said that, it will get bad for a little while, it would not get bad.
Okay.
It's not going to take us 2 to 3 years, 6 months. 6 months with a proper plan. In 6 months, the Caribbean will be fine. You see what I'm saying? Because we are producing a lot of the stuff that is enough to cater for ourselves. We have enough energy, we have enough everything. As James said, Guyana have X amount of land. We could come up with a regional farming program that is headquartered in Jamaica, in Guyana, and utilize all the land. It's 83,000 square miles. They're only using a very, very small portion. The Windward Island used to purchase bananas for Windban. That whole industry was decimated. Combine Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, and St. Vincent, and they could produce enough banana to supply the entire Caribbean. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of reorganizing farmers and reorganizing the market. We have the manufacturing he speak of that comes out of Jamaica. We could start to redistribute the manufacturing between Jamaica and Trinidad throughout the region, and we'll stop whatever gap that will be produced. Not only that, because we get pennies on our dollar for our export, and they lowball us and take advantage of us in the market, our producers can now get a reasonable price for their product that even if they sell a little less, their profit margins are higher. You see what I'm saying? On top of that, our economy start growing because now we're providing more employment. If we're providing more employment in the region, it means people have more disposable income. If people have more disposable income, we have more money in our banks. If we have more money in our bank and with a proper mandate, our banks could now finance small business development. Then the whole access to finance that is spearheaded by the UNDP, who have to come in and do a report and tell us, okay, 2030, whatever, that finance, that money now is available in local banks. And we could just make it so our small and medium businesses have access to those finance, have access to expertise. And guess what? Overnight, you have a plethora of industries emerging, serving the interest of the people. Now we look at the blue economy, which is a big topic right now. The Caribbean has one of the best blue economy. Sustainable tourism, exploiting of our local fish and our maritime specialties. And we provide now a whole new market to supplement our food intake and stuff like that. I give it 2 years max to be where it's supposed to be, running as a well-oiled machine. Look at what happened in Burkina Faso with Ibrahim Traore. Did it take them 5 years? Look at what happened in Grenada during the revolution. Maurice Bishop doubled his GDP from 1981 to 82. And I think he doubled the GDP of the country 2 years back to back. Doubled the GDP. And that is a little tiny island of Grenada. What you talking about, we won't go through some hard times? No, because we have a lot of extra capacity right now. There are manufacturing firms in Trinidad who have plants that they cannot utilize the entire plant size. That's just in Trinidad. What happens if we bring these people up to capacity? You think it will take us 10 years to be able to produce what we need? No, it's a myth. What we need is a change of mentality and stop electing politicians that are mentally impotent. That is what is killing us. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Go ahead,
One
James.
Yeah, can I say once? Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So last week when I was in Jamaica, my daughter went to National Baker, right, to buy, because they have a whole section there where you can go and buy stuff in bulk. So she went and bought some stuff so we can bring back. So we took up one of the banana chips, and I'm like, yes, in Jamaica, eating some Jamaica banana chips, and something said, James, look at the package. So I looked at the back. I'm holding one of them now. It says, product of Jamaica. It says made in Jamaica, but product of Ecuador. Banana chips. Like the Caribbean was enslaved with banana and sugarcane. We were the top producers of sugarcane and banana in the world, the Caribbean region. And now, just imagine you sent to Ecuador to bring over banana chips and plantain chips in bulk, and then you bag it in Jamaica and sell it as a Jamaican product. That is the problem that we're having in the Caribbean region. Every single thing you take up now, like up to 70% of the things, when you go to Barbados, you go to St. Vincent, and you go all over the place, like you shouldn't be in Barbados, St. Vincent, and every supermarket you go, there's Eggo waffle, there's this, there's that. We can make products to supply the Caribbean market that you don't have to depend on American expensive thing. And that is the problem. Nothing is made in the Caribbean anymore. And that's a big problem.
Yep. We've spoken about that several times. You have expressed that as emphatically as you can. We hope that the powers that be who are listening will take that into consideration, and do what they must. All right. Any other comments before I get into this list? So, where is it? Okay, here we go. So, China, tariffs charged to the USA 67%. USA discounted reciprocal tariffs 34%. Before we get into this, reciprocal, that means they do it to us, so we do it back to them. The reciprocal tariffs are based on trading practices that Trump said are unfair to the United States. All right. So I'm looking for the Vietnam, 90%. Taiwan, 64%. Japan, 46%. India, 52%. South Korea, 50%. Thailand, 72%. Switzerland, 61%. How that Ghanaian chocolate going taste going down? Oh, yeah, it's from Ghana. or the cocoa. Ghana, which other country again? Out of Africa, because Switzerland does not grow cocoa. So let's see how that Swiss chocolate going
Ivory
to
Coast.
Ivory Coast. Let's see how that Swiss chocolate going to taste. Let's see how the Belgian chocolate is going to taste, because guess what? Belgium not grow cocoa neither. African chocolate to that damn. Anyway, behave yourself moments. Indonesia, 64%. Cambodia, 97%. South Africa, 60%. Bangladesh, 74%. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. I'm trying to pull out the highest ones here. Madagascar, 93%. Myanmar, where Myanmar just had an earthquake, 88%. Serbia, 74%. Laos, 95%. Botswana, 74%. How them diamonds going to feel on your fingers, folks? Afghanistan, 49%. Syria, 81%. Saint Pierre, we never hear about this country yet. Saint Pierre and Miquelon, wow, 99%. Lesotho, well, Lesotho de Tono, 99%. Mauritius, 80%. Fiji, 63%. How that Fiji water going to taste, folks? That you let everybody, you know, oh, we don't drink local water. It's got to be Fiji water. One other country I can't even pronounce, I'm never gonna try. 73%. Guyana. I can't the same Guyana, but them said I'm gonna protect 76%. Can't the same Guyana at all. Bosnia, 70%. North Macedonia, 65%. Moldova, 61%. Angola, 63%. Iraq, 78%. Falkland Islands, 82%. Them damn penguins gonna be so upset. Because it's nothing but penguins and a couple, you know, less than 4,000 people down there. Penguins, I feel it for now. Norfolk Islands, 58%. Reunion, 73%. Those are the highest ones I pulled out. Many, 10%. But this is, well, folks, pivot is the name of the game. Pivot. Go ahead, Denise. Go ahead.
I missed out on most of the information earlier, but it's probably a whole nother conversation. But what's going to happen is there was I don't know which company it was that was found to be making or repackaging curry powder as Jamaican curry powder and trying to sell it as such.
Hold on a second. Let me go in and no one go look for me pack of curry powder. No, you bring that up for me the powder when me buy a
no, but hold
on. Jamaica. No,
stay for the rest of the information, because all of this, what is going to happen, and this, I'm sure this was done by some Chinese in Jamaica, but I'm saying it to say, when you mention the Fiji water, I mean, I'm already skeptical about these things, yeah? Because when you buy them and look at the seal don't look right. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna save these bottles, or they're gonna make their own bottles and put on the brand, right? And then put pipe water in there and sell it as such. So this kind of thing, it sends out the message that, okay, fine, you know what? You need to protect your copyright. You need to brand your things properly. You need to protect your seal, because then persons are going to get creative and start doing all kinds of things, especially in Jamaica.
Me, I'm going to my pantry. No, hold tight. I'm going into my pantry 1 second. Hold tight. Me soon come.
The color is different. The color and the flavor and the taste is different. Trust me, we will know it right away.
Yeah, Niece, this is something that's been going on for decades. I don't remember which minister in Jamaica years ago, over 10 years ago, they set up a committee to go after countries that's using the Jamaican brand in America. And I think they said it was too expensive. The undertaking was so big, it would have been too expensive to go after it. But I believe that, I don't know, I think they need to get the Marleys to work on this thing, because Rita Marley is one woman that anybody that using anything with Bob Marley name on it, she find them and they have to pay her. So if the Marley family can find people, hunt them down, and they have to pay for every single thing, royalties on everything that Bob Marley name is on. I don't know how comes a country can't put together a team of people, because they don't have to look far. Just Canada and America they have to focus on, because most of the diaspora is in Canada and America. But
James,
they're lazy.
Jamaicans are everywhere.
I
And
know,
it's
but
one thing we're good at doing is informing. Anytime we see something, and it affects Jamaica, we're gonna inform.
Yeah.
All they have to do is to set up a hotline, brand Bureau of Standards. Well, I don't know, something like Bureau of Standards. That's all they need. Set up a website that's okay, fine. If you find goods that are faulty, report it here, right? And then they take it from there. They don't need an entire department or administration to go after anybody. No, they just need a lawyer that is on retainer, and then the person's being able to take a picture of the product, keep one of the product, and report it as evidence. That's all they need to do.
Lord of mercy.
Because here.
Jesus, me tired. Hold on there. Oh gosh. Murder. Hold on there now.
Yeah,
so,
because
me pull this out of my pantry. Hold on there, James. I pull this out of my pantry. I don't use the tin milk because the tin milk then put chemicals in it to preserve it, right? The tin coconut milk. I use the coconut cream. This one is made by, I'm not putting a company pan blast in them, but I talk the truth. I mean, I show you the things them. This one says 100% coconut. Okay. Wait there. This is from JCS Kitchen. Distributed by Kingston Miami Trading Company in Miami. Product of Sri Lanka. I love that brand new body no tag. Arguing no man argue with me. Okay, this one is Walker's Wood, the spicy curry paste. This says produced by Associated Manufacturers Limited, Walker's Wood, St. Anne, Jamaica, product of Jamaica. This one is them Solomon Gondi. Produced. Hold on there. Hold on there. This one is okay. This one said produced by the Solomon Gondi says produced for Associated Manufacturers Limited, Walker's Wood, St. Anne, Jamaica, product of Jamaica. So who produced it for them? That's the question. That's a good question. Huh. All right. Hold on now. The Browning say produced by, okay, Associated Manufacturers Limited, Walker's Wood, St. Anne, Jamaica, product of Jamaica, okay? This is the curry what me use. This is the curry better pack. Let me see what it say. And this is come off of the shelf out of Jamaica. How long there? Manufactured in Jamaica by Better Pack Limited, Twickenham Park, Spanish Town, Jamaica. Okay. That's what I have to find. The only one I have a question is this, because it says produced for versus this one that says produced by. All right. This is marketed as a Jamaican product when in fact it was made in, let me tell you where I come from, Sri Lanka. Go on through, James.
Yeah, that's the problem a lot, because I just start catching up on these stuff because I go to the Caribbean supermarket a lot, and I realized first with the potato, the sweet potato. I used to make sweet potato pudding, And you know the sweet potato come from the Caribbean. Something about the ground is different than the ones that come from like Guatemala and Honduras. That's another popular place that they come from. So apparently, no, what is happening? A lot of these countries also, they have fertile ground that they can grow ackee tree, but they don't eat it. It goes to waste. So they're growing these things now. So, like for example, we have a company in Canada called Cool Runnings, and you can get ackee from it. And you see the whole Jamaican thing all over it, but it has nothing to do with Jamaica. When you open the can, you can tell say it's not Jamaica ackee. Them look different, but it's still ackee. It tastes similar, but it looks different. Coconut water is another big one. I don't think there's any Jamaican coconut water that is actually from Jamaica unless you go there and chop a jelly and drink it.
It's not.
They're not from Jamaica. So I don't know if this is something that the consumers should be concerned about, or I don't know, but it's just confusing. And Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana should be the places that are producing a lot of these things for the Caribbean. And if we are outsourcing everything, that means nothing is being done in the Caribbean then? We're just bringing them in and packaging them in our name. That don't make no sense.
You know what's interesting? Niece, I know you were saying something about being able to report or whatever. But I'm here looking at this and I'm really concerned because Produce 4, there needs to be a detailed explanation of who produced these things for us, because how can I be certain that it is actually a product of Jamaica if it says to me produced for?
And that's what they don't realize, because Jamaica is losing money because these persons are opening shop everywhere in the world and slapping a Jamaican label on it because it is a global brand. And that's what the Jamaican market needs to climb down on to say, okay, fine, no. You can't just put Jamaica on it unless you're buying products from Jamaica. All these restaurants around the corner, listen, if I could report them in a heartbeat. Yeah? I don't know what they're cooking. I don't know what they serve. I don't know where they buy them ingredients from. Right? So they're Jamaica, and if you're gonna put a Jamaica logo on it, they should pay us. They should pay Jamaica to advertise as a restaurant called Jamaica. If not, say Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. That's what you're saying. Wow. Sri Lanka.
But our goodly Prime Minister is going to be going to Florida. I think it's Miramar to do a town hall. What's that look for? No.
Here's the thing, because most of the time when I do these town halls, them just want money out of you and tell us if you invest, but you're limited in your scope as an investor into your country. Them only want the money until if you shut up. That's why I roll my eyes.
Okay. Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to say was one of the issue with domestic production, I won't speak for everybody, I can speak for Jamaica, Barbados, and St. Lucia and Bahamas. When we produce, the next step after reaping is storage or delivery. And ideally, you want to have things going into storage so you can accumulate the volume that you need that you can sell. I'm sure Jamaica's hotel room inventory has ballooned since the 80s to now. So I don't think, and rather I think has scaled back. I don't think the production capacity is there, but there's definitely opportunity for it to be much better than what it is now. But definitely the farmers would need help with storage because that's a very costly undertaking. They would need help with refrigerated trucks, again, a very costly undertaking. And one thing with farming is that you can't grow multiple crops in like a 5 area. It's more profitable to grow 1 or 2 crops, yeah? And then sell it to another wholesaler as opposed to delivering it to a hotel. And there's a lot of hotels, they have a lot of hotel rooms, they do the volumes. And I think what RADA or the government needs to focus on right now is the domestic market until they can graduate to the hotels. Let the hotels do their imports, because guess what? They charge their guests based on their expenses anyway, but they just need to focus on the local market.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because Lidford Logistics, wasn't that started by Lisa Hanno?
Yeah, but that focuses on her restaurants, which is what Burger King and whatever else falls under her husband's brand.
Okay, hold on a second now, because I pulled them up, lidfordlogistics.com. Divisions: bakery, food services, packaging, agri-processing, third-party logistics, and storage. So their clients and partners, yes, their clients, as you said, Starbucks, Nestle, Krispy Kreme, Burger King, Popeyes, Cisco. That's in Lidford, St. Ann in Jamaica. No, I'm sure there can be some partnering with them, and probably to expand the company so that we can have a hub, because you spoke about storage, right? So possibly they can expand their services or extend their services to the current producers, and see how that plays out. I'm just thinking.
Moments, everything is in Jamaica. It's just they're not using what is there.
Okay.
Like about 10 years ago, like I was trying to produce, like I had this idea about jerk ketchup and hot sauce and stuff like that I was trying to make under the restaurant name and produce it. And I contact a company in Jamaica. I think there's about 2 in Jamaica, where you give them your ingredients and your stuff, and they have to sign off and have it on the lock and key, and they will produce the product for you. They will also help you to find market if you need help with that. So there are companies in Jamaica like that.
Are you able to share the name of those companies, because people probably want to know about these?
I'm gonna have to research it again, because I remember when I was trying to do that, I contacted them and they are available. I think the problem is just to get. I think the government need to do more, governments across the region, if we're really serious about food security, because in Canada and America do it. And if we want to be foreign-minded and follow what Canada and America do, we should follow those things too. Put money into food. Like a lot of these farmers get a lot of grants, billions of dollars every year in Canada and America to secure food. So like help small people to scale their business. There are a lot of food that go to waste in Jamaica. And, there are plants in Canada, in America, where the excess, like say tomato, like you have a crop of tomato and it's like way too much. You bring it to that place and you go through the processing where you can preserve it, process it, turn it into...
I said that a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, turn it into ketchup, turn it into tomato juice, Bloody Mary or whatever. Like there are ways. It's just that the government need to take food security more serious. And I think, and one of the problems that I'm having with CARICOM also, because the next person that's going to lead CARICOM is our Prime Minister, and I don't know what's going to happen when he's leading. But I believe that CARICOM need to step away from the idea of giving each prime minister every year, they rotate the prime minister. They need to have a president for CARICOM, a term limit where it's either like 4 years or whatever, where you have like one person focus on CARICOM instead of like me and Motley do it this year, Dickon Mitchell do it last year, and then Andrew no. 1 year is not enough for any leader in the Caribbean to do that. So they need to go back to the federation model where they have like one president for CARICOM and the prime ministers for the different islands. That will be more, because that person can dedicate 24 hours a day to making sure that matters in CARICOM is addressed. Than me and Motley worried about Barbados and CARICOM at the same time.
Yeah.
Andrew Holness now is going to be worried about Jamaica and CARICOM. It's not effective.
I agree. I have to agree with you on that one, James. Absolutely. So back to Lidford here. I'm reading the thing. It says on their website. Welcome to Lidford Logistics, one of Jamaica's premier agriculture and food processing facilities. Where catering to your needs is not just our goal, but our privilege. Whether you're looking to engage with our food production services, agri-processing plant, state-of-the-art baking facility, employ our excellent third-party logistics services, or simply rent cold, chilled, or dry warehouse storage space, know that your comfort and convenience are planted firmly at the heart of what we do. So based on that, I see opportunities here that local farmers can take advantage of partnering with them so that they can get their things out. Yeah, check it out, folks.
Moment. This is a regional issue. This is a country issue. If we're looking at an individual producer, logistic firm, or whatever, we're spinning top in mud. We're wasting time.
No, I think it's a start, Mr. President.
Let me
Look at it
let me explain what I'm saying.
Okay.
If the government of Jamaica and the regional governments put the necessary infrastructure in place and provide what is needed to have proper logistics hubs, the companies would come even if they're not there. The companies that are already there will be elevated. So you could utilize the expertise you already have. But if you're depending on the company to build a market and an individual farmer to go to the company, yes, that would happen and it will be a stopgap for now. But once you create the infrastructure and it is wide knowledge, and you have your extension officers and the Ministry of Agriculture and your importing boards and stuff coordinating, then we know who is producing what. And as Nee said, the islands are small. It is difficult for one island sometimes to meet the need of the hotels on those islands. But if you have a regional body, if you have regional storage plants located strategically, then the manufacturing of these products would be seamless. The fluctuation in how much we produce and don't produce would even out. And we will better able to meet our needs and create all the companies we need to do. But we have to have that infrastructure framework in place. We have to have the necessary agreements. One of the things we don't look at is sometimes within the Caribbean, you're trying to send something from Grenada to Barbados, and your biggest headache is the customs. Your biggest headache is getting customs. Imagine doing that with perishable goods. If we have a system that is regional, that once the exporters and importers go to the requisite bodies and all the fees are paid, and so it is facilitated in a seamless manner. Imagine the movement of goods and services through the region. And unless we look at it from that, we will end up with bottlenecks. You would find a logistics company in Jamaica that is really good, but guess what? The farmers in Jamaica probably can't supply, and then you bottleneck. So they still cannot even operate to their full potential. You have a solution company that is using something that's coming out of Jamaica, but it's easier to get it out of Miami because there's no flight from Jamaica. And even if they have to support the Jamaican company, it costs them so much that it makes it not even worth the while. So it's easier to take it from Miami. These are the real headaches. We have Caribbean companies now that are selling, for instance, in the US market that hasn't a problem to get them the money. Small businesses that need to get their money in a timely manner, but there is so much constraints that is imposed from here on those countries in the whole guise of so-called money laundering that it chokes the small companies and put them out of business. If you have a system in the region where you're using the banks in the region and stuff, and if I sell to Jamaica, the money is on my account the next day or the same night, it makes a whole big difference because I have to pay suppliers, whatever. I have to pay the farmers, I have to pay the fishermen, I have to pay my workers, I have to cover my overheads. These are the kind of things we have to have a structure where we eliminate all the bottlenecks. Because as Jem said, it's not that there are not people doing it, there are too much bottlenecks. And as Nish said, there is not enough supply in some cases or oversupply.
Right.
So there is too much fluctuation. There is no predictability. So you cannot have a proper contract with a hotel because you don't know what the farmer would bring in or what you will get locally. And sometimes instead of going through that headache, somebody say, if I go to Miami, I could get what I want on time, delivered how I want it. And these are the major problems, not necessarily how much we can produce and stuff. The bottlenecks are the problem to start with.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So back to the article, the economic impact on the Caribbean and diaspora. Caribbean nations, many of which depend on the U.S. as their primary trade partner, could face economic strain due to the new tariffs. Businesses that export products like rum, coffee, seafood, and manufactured goods to the U.S. will have to factor in the additional cost to importers, potentially reducing their competitiveness. For the Caribbean and the diaspora, this means higher cost for importers. Caribbean businesses in the diaspora importing products to the US now face an extra 10% tariff, which can reduce their profit margins or force them to raise prices. Reduced sales and economic slowdown. If sales drop due to the increased costs, Caribbean businesses may struggle, leading to job losses and slower economic growth. Higher prices on Caribbean goods in the US. Caribbean products like coffee, rum, and seafood could become more expensive for US consumers as importers and retailers pass on the additional cost. Then there's also fewer Caribbean products available. If Caribbean exporters reduce shipments due to the tariffs, some goods could become harder to find in the US supermarkets and specialty stores. Speaking in the White House Rose Garden against a backdrop of US flags, Trump imposed even steeper tariffs on China, 34%, the European Union, 20%, Japan, 24%, and other major trade partners. He described the move as part of a broader effort to correct what he called unfair trade practices. He said, for decades, our country, the US, has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. So, this is Liberation Day. All right. And the tariffs will take place immediately. All right. So, all right. We will keep it moving. Thank you, everyone, for your engagement in that article. Next up, poor behavior from parents remains a significant issue for deans of discipline. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. President of the National Association of Deans of Discipline, Dr. Renee Level, says poor behavior from parents remains a big issue for deans island-wide. This follows a meeting held with representatives of the Ministry of Education at its Heroes Circle headquarters in Kingston. Speaking at Nationwide News after the meeting, Dr. Level says more parenting workshops by the Ministry of Education can help curb issues such as these.
The Ministry of Education need to do more parenting workshop, collaborate with the parents, and also the government need to let parents understand that they need to ensure that they reinforce the discipline within their child. And if their child comes on to say something to them, they go to the school and find out that matter. They can't go to the school and then want to attack a staff member, whether it's the dean of discipline or the principal or the teachers. And we have seen that happen in various schools. So I strongly believe that if the ministry called out to the parents, tell the parents that they need to show some respect to us in the school system, then I think that that will help the system.
The meeting also brought to light the issue deans have with ensuring their students get to school and refrain from truancy. Dr. Level believes greater police presence at bus centers can aid in making sure students don't loiter during the hours they should be on their way to school.
Yes, Deans of Discipline would have to go into the bus park or into the community to ensure our students are safe and coming to school. So within the help of the police, then I'm confident enough that we will see improvement in that aspect of it.
Right, and another.
Dr. Renee Level, President of the National Association of Deans of Discipline. March 30 to April 5 is being observed as Deans of Discipline Week island-wide. I'm laughing because this morning I'm seeing a live with two students in Jamaica. Them I do them live, and 500 and something people were watching the live, and these young men. One of them look like them a bleach out already, and the other one, yes, them think them I do before them go on to school. I don't even know if them reach a school yet, but what can I say? Students, me personally, I think I'm not saying them can't have them TikTok and do them thing. I think that's something they should do on weekends, but I'm not their parents. Everybody parent how them see fit. Them in a them school uniform with the school what you call it? Badge on. Oh jeez, yes. Them a do them thing on TikTok live before them reach a school.
Is there an opportunity that we have not tapped into? Where, I mean, remember when we were growing up back in the days, we had arts teacher, we had a drama teacher, we had arts, we had a whole curriculum surrounded with arts where you can go and express yourself. We had a debating team, we had all different kind of little teams that would develop your inner whatever, your inner whatever that brings out the best in you. It brings out your talents. Some persons model, some persons dance, some persons did poems, we had little clubs. So maybe that is what is missing, or more is needed. Why these kids find the time to be doing these things. Again, I'm going to say this: get rid of the offices and let the teachers go back to their classroom and sit down when they're doing anything. If they need to grade their papers, tell the kids to sit down and everybody be quiet, right? And then mark the paper. Whatever it is, send the teachers back to their classroom and let them spend time in there. That should be their office.
I want to say the clubs are still in the schools. It's just that the attention, it's grasping their attention, engaging them. So probably the clubs need to be revamped. I don't know. But social media has taken over the lives of many children. And again, I want to say it's up to parents to put the parameters in place. You are the ones who give your children the phones, no? You are the ones who are putting the data or the credit, whatever you want to call it, on the phones, no? So you have to control what happens with the phones during certain times. You cannot have your children in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. What time is it? 7:30 in the morning my time, 8 o'clock in the morning my time, 8:30 my time. And what time that at Jamaica? Between 6 to 7:30 at Jamaica. Pitney supposed to dep on their way to school. Them are the TikTok live. And I go on with themselves. It couldn't happen in my household, I'm sorry. And them doing it at home. Because them dep on a veranda. I don't know. I'm not telling you how to parent your children. I can only make suggestions. Time and place for everything. I understand it's the advent of social media, but we cannot have social media just having their full attention, taking away. Me personally, you're gonna have to earn that from me as a parent. Weekends only. Weekends only. I'm not trying to inhibit your creativity, but I need you to focus. There has to be a balance. Because what's eventually going to happen? What's this? Violation detected. End live now to avoid suspension. What was the violation? What was the violation, pray tell? Anybody here can tell me what the violation was?
Maybe you're showing too much boobs. Cover up.
No, I don't understand. I really like to know what the violation was. Eh? Really? Notification. What was the violation? Please let me know. No, here's the thing. I'm reading the chat. Notification. Violation detected. End live now to avoid suspension. And then violation has joined. Notification has joined. So since you have joined the notification, please tell me what the violation was. No, Dr. Sharon, we're not ending and restarting because clearly notification is a person. So I'd like notification to tell me what the violation was. And if you're not able to tell me what the notification was, could you please remove yourself? Plain and simple. Remove yourself. This is not the place for it. And don't come in here with it. Tell me what the violation is or remove yourself. But clearly you ain't got nothing to do with your time. Go get yourself some something constructive to do. Yes, niece. I don't know. There needs to be a restructuring of the parenting that's being done. I don't know.
You know, we again, I'm gonna say we were blessed because everybody needs to go on that notification page and just flag it, report the page. But we were blessed because we had a two-parent household, or we had a two-parent household at the end of the day, in addition to the community. And certain things we couldn't get away with. There was no opportunity to get away with it. Also, we came from an era where we only had JBC or CVM. Cartoons only came on a certain time of year. Now we have kids having kids, and these kids are on their own for the most part, and then they have free access to the internet because as much as you give them the internet to do their homework, they're doing other things on it, right? And most of these parents don't know how to put on the child features so they don't have access to certain thing or limit their stuff. But I mean, again, it's if it is that they didn't have the desire or the interest in doing these things, they wouldn't be doing it. I mean, I'm on this thing all the time, and anybody who sees my face will get an award. Anybody who sees a video of me will get to know I have no interest or any desire to do that thing. Listen, this is the first time I'm actually doing engagement of this kind since I've been on this platform. So it speaks volume that these kids have an interest in doing these things. And where did she go? And then
I'm here.
I think
I'm
the school.
I'm here. I got a text because to look at this person. They're
Okay.
a troll. Them not nothing to do with them life.
Yeah. And then, so I think the school, the churches, the community groups have an opportunity to steer this energy in the right way. If the schools are doing it, clearly there's a capacity for them to do more. But then with what happened with that 6 and 11-year-old, again, it needs supervision. They need to be supervised, and they need to encourage their desire to be different.
Absolutely. All right. Okay. Thank you, niece. Next up. So that was our final story in the Caribbean corner. Go ahead, Dr. sorry. Welcome up, Dr. Sharon. We have a medic minute. You have a medic minute? How are you, Dr. Sharon? You see? How are you, Dr. Sharon? You're good. I have to ask about you before I ask about Joel. How is Dr. Sharon doing? But I really want to ask how you are doing. And Joel, I'm really concerned. But we can't take a cut out this morning.
I am doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Okay, you're welcome. So how is Joelle now?
She is doing really well.
Good.
She's a little menace, but she's doing well.
Awesome. Tell her I say hi. Give her some love for me.
I will.
All right, minute. What actually happens to your body if you stop wearing underwear? Ja, you sent this over. Thank you for that. This article found on women.com. So, have you ever considered going commando? Well, there are a few reasons you may have thought about ditching your underwear before. From eliminating those awkward undie lines to feeling a little freer down there. But did you know there can be actual health benefits and side effects for that matter of leaving your undies in the drawer? As Dr. Donick Moore, a gynecologist and president of Sapphire Women's Health Group, put it to health, it's not good to always have the lady parts locked up. They need air like all other parts of your body. That could mean something as simple as ditching the undies at night to give your downstairs a little time to breathe. But more and more people have been going commando during the day too, proudly leaving their undergarments at home. Now, there's no one answer fits all here when it comes to whether you should or you shouldn't keep your undies in regular rotation. But there are some pretty serious health positives and negatives you need to consider before deciding if underwear really is or isn't for you. Sweating and odor can be kept to a minimum, particularly when working out. Now, if you experience a lot of sweating down there, not wearing underwear can actually be a great way of keeping things cooler and fresher. Are we really keeping things cooler and fresher? Because most people um exercise in spandex, right? The tights. So if you're wearing the tights and that is up against your downstairs, how are you keeping it cooler and fresher?
You're not.
You're not. I see the promotion of bacteria.
Yeah, you're not. The only way you're gonna keep it cool and fresher is if you wear some shorts with room, and then you're liable to show your lady bits. With,
Exactly.
with yeah. So I don't
And another
um
concern, Dr. Shine, as you said, shorts with exposing your lady bits. You're not wearing underwear. You're in the gym. You're sweaty and everything, and then you sit down somewhere, and then somebody else, and of course, whatever liquids that your body has excreted, that not going to pass on to the chair where you're sitting on, and then somebody else sit down on that.
yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Please put on an underwear when you're not going to the gym.
Yeah. Um Damn. I mean, I am all for going commando at night,
Yes.
while you sleep. That's
We have
go
your
commando in the
connection.
day
Okay,
also, as long as it's not uh
Dr. Sharon, we have
yeah,
the
can you
red
hear me
bar.
now?
Yeah, you have the red bar, but go ahead, go ahead. I can hear. Okay, we lost
No, I
Dr.
said
Sharon.
I'm all for going commando in the day also. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, all right. So I'll keep reading until Dr. Sharon comes back. Her connection, her signal is weak. And it turns out that going commando to the gym can actually have a number of benefits, even beyond sweating. Some women prefer to go commando during running, elliptical, spinning, kickboxing, etc., which affords less chafing, less visible lines in tighter workout clothing, and gives a sense of more mobility and flexibility. Another reason some people are leaving their undies at home because less sweating down there can also potentially mean less odors around the intimate area. A lot of, but not all, vaginal odors can actually be caused by underwear trapping the sweat that develops around the intimate area. By ditching the garment, any sweat around your genitals may be given the opportunity to evaporate, so the whole area has more of a chance to breathe in a cooler, drier environment. As in, yeah, me have concerns, increase infection, and it's yeah. Uh, Now if I go to the gym, I have to make sure I walk with a whole lot of disinfectant because now I don't know if people there are wearing underwear or not. And them go sit down anywhere. And no, sir. I have issues with that. I don't want to exchange no body fluid with anybody. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, I was saying you should have started the article with Dexter Daps.
Yeah, I know they have it at the gym, Rosolo. Yeah, the disinfectant stations, they're all over the gym. About your Dexter Daps. So,
Just play it in the background.
which one you want here? She not wearing no underwear. She not wearing no underwear. I can't play it while I'm reading the article because remember I'm still on YouTube live. I don't want no red copyright infringement issues. I can mute. I'd have to mute YouTube. After I read the article, I'll play it. James, I'll play it for you. I can mute them then. All right, back to the article here. So, the chances. So, what about the health pros and cons for men? We're not talking about the man, then we're talking about the woman, them now, Ozzy. Yes, I recommend Men Sleep Commando. I think it's good for men too. Because I'm sure fibers from whatever they're wearing can get trapped in, your little opening there. I think so. That can create problems. But anyway, back to the article here. They're saying the chances of developing yeast infections, BV. Yeah, I noticed that, Dr. Sharon. The chances of developing yeast infections, bacterial vaginosis, fungal infections, and UTIs may reduce, they're saying. By going without underwear, you're also giving your body a better chance at not developing a number of infections, as I just rolled out. There is no buildup of heat and moisture, which can increase the risk of vaginal infection. Let's talk about the clothing that you wear daily. The underwear, them what nine and make you look sexy and all these things, ladies. Look at what they're made of. Look at what they're made of. And for men too, Ozzy, it is recommended that ladies, you wear cotton underwear. If you're feeling yourself and you want to wear something like a sexy, see to it that the lining of your underwear, the seat, is cotton. Again, wear cotton underwear, men. Them microfiber thing, well, them call them moisture wicking, moisture absorbing. They're not good for you. They're really not good for you. Cotton is best. All right. And as much as you can. As much as you can. James says, and don't buy the ones from China. As it says, my bad, was just interested that my jewels need a case, but at home they can't shine. Yes, let them shine. Let them shine at home. All right. So, for those of you who work outside of the home and you're not able to be at home like Ja, where you can let things breathe, working outside of the home, try to avoid clothing that is tight. You go out and people, them clothes but tight, them can't hardly move, and they're wearing the corsets or the body suits. So them have on the underwear that's not made of cotton or cotton lined. Them have on the snatchers. We don't know the right name for them because everybody want to have the figure 8. So them snatched. So the kitty cats are locked up. And then them have on the tight pants. It's just layers to this thing. You're going to be working 8, 9, 10 hours. Wear loose clothing as much as you can, folks. Ladies, please. All right. You won't experience chafing from your underwear. It goes without saying that if you experience chafing while wearing underwear, removing them completely should clear up the problem. There are a number of reasons why your undergarments may cause chafing, with one of the most obvious being that they're just too tight. Ladies, wear your size or just don't quite fit right. Now, ladies, Lord, I have to find a nice way to say this. Know your size. Not just in terms of if you wear small, medium, or large, but know your size. Underneath. Make sure the seat covers everything. Don't have parts hanging out because that can cause chafing too. Some of you have no business wearing thongs, right? And I don't think it's recommended that you should be wearing thongs for 8, 9, 10 hours for the day because the thong's not holding everything. You're going to have some of it to hang outside on either side. I'm just saying. Right? I'm just saying. And another thing with thongs, folks, ladies, if you're going to wear thongs and you have excretions from the rectum, please make sure you have wipes. What are we gonna do? Have some wipes for that area. And you wipe from front to back. You don't want to see anything, any discoloration on your thongs because there's a transfer of bacteria. Protect yourselves, okay? I'm trying my best to be as discreet as possible with what I'm saying, right? Protect your lady, your kitty cat. I think thongs are something that should be occasional, you know what I mean? But to be judging thongs from morning till night, no, I don't recommend it. I really don't. All right. Next, your chances of allergic reaction may also decrease. Did you know that some people may actually have an intolerance or be allergic to their underwear? And the reason we may have these allergies, yes, ladies and gentlemen, underwear, some of them are made from recycled material, plastics. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. They may also contribute to cervical cancer. It has been said. I don't know how true that is, but I've seen articles where because of the plastics and your body is absorbing, these things, the polyester blends. Yes, polyester. Poly and ester, not good for your lady parts. Not good for your lady parts. All right. Circulation problems. The term underwear, of course, isn't limited to things like panties or thongs. Many people also wear shapewear instead of, that's the name I was looking for, shapewear. May I call it snatch? Shapewear instead of traditional underwear, and they can cause some serious health issues of their own. You cannot live in shapewear, folks, because you're trying to have the lifted butt and the flat stomach and the cinched waistline. It's not healthy for you to be in these things 24/7. Really isn't. You have to let your kitty cat breathe, let your body breathe. If you want that snatched look, and you before you even consider surgery, consider exercise. Free the fupa. And that means that to Geely. Free the fupa. Consider exercising. Consider changing your diet. Lifestyle. Them say everything, every kitty cat need good shelter, Geely. That's the purpose of the fupa, to provide good shelter. And some men will tell you, ladies, no what, no worry about the fupa. Come with it same way. As long as it now block access to what's important, no worry about it. And some men will tell you them like the fupa. Them have something for rest them head pad. You see, as they said, we fupa friendly over here. Lord have mercy. Don't worry about the fupa, ladies. Make the fupa stay. You know who, no make nobody trouble you. All right. They also say here that wearing no underwear could prevent or help to get rid of ingrown hairs. suffering from pesky ingrown hairs? Then waving goodbye to underwear, at least for a while, may be a good idea. Tight clothing and underwear that's made from synthetic fabrics, such as polyester, can often make ingrown hairs worse. Didn't even know that. Didn't even know that. And you can get away from irritation as well, folks. All right. Um, that's it. Take care of your little lady parts, right? Um, let her breathe when it's appropriate to do so. When you're home, get your what's the new thing now? The African style muumuus. Get your muumuus. Put on your muumuus. Put on your dusters, your loose fitting clothing at home, and let her breathe. All right. When you're out and about, try to wear clothing that is as loose as possible. If your job constitutes you wear having to wear pantyhose, it's a part of your uniform, office attire. See to it that your underwear is cotton lined before you put on your pantyhose. All right, especially for those of us who live in tropical climates, right? You know what is something I know some vehicles, certain brands, you can't get anything but a leather seat. If you can invest in a vehicle, if you must have your leather seat, invest in a vehicle that has the cooling feature, because those leather seats absorb and hold on to heat, and then that heat goes up into your lady parts, right? So make sure your vehicle have a cooling feature to keep your seat cool, nice and cool. All right. Dr. Sharon, I see that you still have a little red. I don't know if you can speak, but is there anything that you can add or you want to add before we move on to how we take care of our jewels? Still in a weak area, I think. I think the connection is still weak. All right, folks. So we are done with the Caribbean corner, 21 minutes after the top of the hour. Let us see what we have coming up next. Out of Latin America, tariff uncertainties have companies in Mexico on their toes. I don't know why. The same conversation we had for the Caribbean is the same conversation we're going to have for Latin America. According to AlJazeera.com, on March 4, remember that date, the US-Mexico border was at a standstill. Trucks that were planned to be sent across at a checkpoint stood still in parking lots. The only thing that was moving was confusion in the air at the time. Sala Yandia owns and operates a factory in Juarez, Mexico, that makes auto parts and ships truckloads of metal tubes to warehouses in the U.S. state of Texas for assembly. And for the past month, his business has been thrown into turbulent waters. It's becoming a political game. So for 2 days, there was a considerable reduction in traffic. Even the U.S. officials didn't know whether to charge the trailers that were crossing. That's interesting. The trailers that are coming across, who do they get hit at that point? Does the company get hit at that point? And if the company doesn't pay the tariffs, the receiver doesn't pay the tariffs, or the shipper, I don't know who, doesn't pay the tariffs, the trucks cannot cross over. I'm not sure how that's handled. Would be interesting to know. But even the U.S. officials didn't know whether to charge the trailers that were crossing. Referring to the tariff threats and counter threats between the U.S. and Mexico, there's just so much at play. Misinformation, confusion, and uncertainty. There are a lot of unknowns about how the tariffs will be introduced, how they'll fit, and how they'll be charged. U.S. President Donald Trump's complicated tariff policies have left major industries that do business between Mexico and the U.S., from cars to agriculture to textiles, scrambling to comply with the changing rules and questioning their futures. On March 26, Trump announced new 25% tariffs on cars and car parts, that are manufactured abroad, and of course will go into effect today. The tariffs will force companies to cut down their workforces and to begin thinking about alternate location options for their factories. Well, we'll see. So it's not just the end product, folks. It's not just the end product. It's also the parts. And I can guarantee you 90% of what is manufactured in the US, the parts have to come from overseas. So I don't want people to think, okay, it's just the car. No, there are other things that are going to be affected. There are parts within the vehicle manufactured or assembled here in the US that are going to be affected. None of us going to escape this. We're all going to feel it. I said, Tuno, the vehicle want to have service in a vehicle, make on a vehicle last, so no. Take care on a vehicle. Okay. All right. On the international scene, China. By the way, as you talk about the tariffs, can you imagine China, Japan, and North Korea joining hands? Yes, I am. What a day, what a day. And there is history between those three countries, especially with, I think, China and Japan. Yeah. I think I have a clip here too that will possibly explain it because, oh boy, when you see that them can put their misery to the side or their issues to the side and come together. Right. Thank you for the follow on TikTok. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh boy. Hold on, it's not that one. I think I have it here. Hold on a second. Oh, I thought I saved it. My bad. I thought I saved it, but I didn't. Why did I open my TikTok and the first thing I say is that image of them showing Marvin Sapp $49,000 Rolex that he was wearing when he was talking about the $40,000 that he wanted.
Did you see that spoof that Julie Mango did?
Yes, I did. I saw it before you sent it over to me. I saw it. I was cracking up. Yeah.
Moments I was going to say not just China, Japan, and South Korea, but also China and India. Not too long ago, had formed some kind of truce. You know, they have been at loggerheads for a lot of years. They are finding some compromise so that they can work together.
Yep. Oh Lord, guess what? We also have a follow-up. The girl has spoken. What's her name? Little baby and Anthony Edwards' baby mama responds to the gold digger allegations after Anthony paid $1,080,000 in child support. She has responded. Hey, but she never said nothing. But anyway, I'm mind my business. Well, I'm not telling you now. I have so many things to. Oh, by the way, y'all heard about the white US citizen that was arrested in Mexico for illicit substances and weapons?
Just your facial expressions alone. Just your facial expressions alone.
Did y'all hear about that one? No, my affiliate, Lord of mercy. You see, I always end up going into some places I have no business going into.
U.S. News won't show you this, but I will. Gabriel Seth Rogers, a white U.S. citizen from Casper, Wyoming, was just arrested in Sinaloa, Mexico. And his crime? He was fleeing the United States to avoid prison time for drug trafficking and possession of stolen firearms. He was sentenced to 44 months in prison, plus supervised release, and ordered to pay over $27,000 in restitution. But before he could serve his sentence, he fled and crossed the border. into Mexico. Rogers was tracked down living comfortably in a gated community in Sinaloa, Mexico. Thanks to coordinated efforts by the Mexican military and federal agencies, he's now in custody awaiting deportation. So a white American drug trafficker flees to Mexico, gets arrested by Mexican authorities, and then deported back to the US. And the Trump administration is saying Mexico isn't sending their best. Funny how people in the United States never hear about stories like Gabriel here.
And there are many like Gabriel. So is he going to be sent to El Salvador? Just asking.
No, he's going to be sent back to the U.S.
But is the U.S. going to send him to El Salvador? That's my question.
No, he's going to be a part of the U.S. prison population. They have to work with him.
And there are many more. And look where he went to. Sinaloa. Sinaloa allegedly is known for what? Per the news, not me. Because every time one article come out with regard to Mexico and the illicit trade of whatever, the best people, we always hear about, Sinaloa. Mm-hmm. And look where him go set up in our gate community. Yeah. So Mexico, you need to do a better job of vetting the people that are coming across into your country. Yeah. You know, I think Mexico needs to talk to El Salvador and say, hey, can we send them there? No due process, just send them there. I saw a comment in the thing, I was cracking up and I saw it, where the person said, United States sends its people, but it doesn't send its best. Boy, me love it. Me love it. Me love it. Me love it. Hold on there. What Peck says saw on the news yesterday, U.S. citizens now need a visa for Mexico. Yes. Yep.
And for other Caribbean nations as well.
Yep. I don't blame them.
You got to think, when it comes to, I'm sorry, Moments, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
When it comes to the trafficking, it's not all one-sided. You need a counterpart, but they won't let you think that.
Deadly strikes in Gaza as Netanyahu says Israel will seize new military corridor. Article courtesy of BBC.com. Israel's prime minister has said it is expanding its Gaza offensive and establishing a new military corridor to put pressure on Hamas as deadly Israeli strikes were reported across the Palestinian territory. Benjamin Netanyahu said Israeli forces were seizing the Marag corridor, a reference to a former Jewish settlement once located between the southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. Earlier, his defense minister said troops would seize large areas for security zones. Meanwhile, 19 Palestinians, including 9 children, were unalived in an airstrike on a UN clinic turned shelter. Let's keep it moving. Israel's Netanyahu heads to Hungary in defiance of ICC arrest warrant. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading on a 4-day visit to Hungary despite an International Criminal Court arrest warrant over allegations of war crimes in Gaza. Hungary, a founding ICC member, is theoretically obliged to arrest and hand over anyone subject to a warrant from the court. However, Prime Minister Viktor Orban made it clear it would not respect the ruling. Netanyahu is expected to meet Orban in Budapest on Wednesday evening. That was yesterday. Details of their planned program have been limited to a visit to a Holocaust memorial. keep it moving. The Guardian view on South Sudan, the world's youngest nation, is on the brink of a new conflict. According to theguardian.com, after less than a decade and a half in existence, the world's newest country, South Sudan, appears to be sliding towards a second civil war. A 2018 power sharing deal between President Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, the first vice president, put an end to 5 years of fighting. But last week's arrest of Mr. Machar effectively ended that agreement, his party says. The United Nations warns that his house arrest, along with mounting military clashes and reports of attacks on civilians, has brought a fragile peace closer to collapse, posing a direct threat to millions. The fear is not just of a battle between factions, but of ethnic cleansing and civilian massacres. Political violence in South Sudan has previously descended into intercommunal conflict between the Dinka ethnic group, to which Mr. Kiir belongs, and the Nuer, to which Mr. Machar belongs. The civil war unalived 400,000 people and displaced almost a third of the 11 million population. About 2/3 live in extreme poverty, and the World Bank says that almost all the rest are only one shock away from poverty. The axing of US aid and last month's punishing heat wave have exasperated this dire situation. Hold on a second. Why do we have this ongoing crisis in South Sudan? What's over there in South Sudan? Let me take a look. Bear with me one moment. When will we learn in Africa, Mr. President? South Sudan. Because whenever we see this unrest, ongoing unrest, I always say follow the money trail. Religion? Excuse me. Thank you, Geely. South Sudan. Officially, the Republic of South Sudan is a landlocked country in East Africa. It is bordered on the north by Sudan, on the east by Ethiopia, on the south by the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and Kenya, and on the west by the Central African Republic. Their official language is English. Population as of 2023, 11.48 million. Bear with me a second, folks. Bear with me a second. Okay, South Sudan's diverse landscape includes vast plains and plateaus, dry and tropical savannas, inland floodplains, and forested mountains. The Nile River system is a defining physical feature of the country, running south to north across its center, which is dominated by large swamp. And that may I look for. Let's keep going. I'm looking for the money part. What do they have? The majority of inhabitants adhere to Christianity or various traditional indigenous faiths, with a sizable Muslim minority. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. British colonial policy in Sudan had a long history of emphasizing the development of the Arab North and largely ignoring the Black African South, which lacked schools, hospitals, roads, bridges, and other basic infrastructure. Why am I not finding what I'm looking for? Hold on, folks. Let me bear with me there 1 second. Between 9 and 15 January 2011. No. Hold on. Why them buried deep? Damn. Why them buried so deep? There's something there, man. Something is there. Something is there. Because you don't see problems without some resource. Damn it. I'm sorry, folks, but this just fooled me. Oh, no, man. It's buried. Come on, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Me need to find it. I'm sorry, folks. This is a part of me you're going to learn, right? If you're new to Coffee in Tow, when something piques my curiosity, I'll try as best as possible to find my answer. Oh, hold on a second here. Oh, okay. Found it. Hey,
At the moment, I think 40% of their export is oil.
thank
And they
you.
also have gold, copper, diamond,
Yes.
limestone, and other ores. And the country is rich mineral with potential for exploration and developing of mining projects.
Bingo. You see, I had to dig deep to find it. And it never fails. The answer is always the same. The answer is always the same. Wherever we see unrest, there's always something precious. South Sudan boasts a wealth of natural resources, including oil, fertile land, water resources, and various minerals like gold, diamonds, and copper. But its economy is heavily reliant on oil, and the country faces challenges in sustainably managing and developing these resources. One of the major natural features of South Sudan is the River Nile, whose many tributaries have sources in the country. The region, okay, so we have petroleum, iron ore, copper, chromium ore, zinc, tungsten, mica, silver, gold, and hydropower. And it's not funding itself, Geely. So who is funding the unrest that's going on in Sudan? Does Sudan make its own toys that are used in the conflict? Follow the money. It never fails. Follow the money. It never fails, people. And interestingly, I saw a video. I don't know if I saved it. I probably didn't because I saw a video. You know, um, and it's so true. Oh, I think I have it here. Hold on a second.
Whenever I hear people say things like, how come all these immigrants got to come to our country and mess things up? Why don't they go back to where they come from and make their country great? Look it up. Look up whatever country these people are coming from. And then in the search bar, add U.S. intervention and sanctions in blank. U.S. intervention in Haiti. U.S. intervention in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Cuba, in Venezuela. Any country that you see people coming from, just ask yourself, what role did our country play in destabilizing theirs? Whenever I hear people say things like, how come all these immigrants
Probably need to play it again. Hold on.
got to come to our country and mess things up? Why don't they go back to where they come from and make their country great? Look it up. Look up whatever country these people are coming from. And then in the search bar, add U.S. intervention and sanctions in blank. U.S. intervention in Haiti. U.S. intervention in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Cuba, in Venezuela. Any country that you see people coming from, just ask yourself, what role did our country play in destabilizing theirs?
The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, has a mission in South Sudan, located within the U.S. Embassy in Juba, and focuses on humanitarian assistance, food security, health, education, and democracy and good governance activities. Yes, Alexia. I don't think we need to go any further. Therein lies the answer. Therein lies the answer. You know, I said I wish there was a way when countries across the continent of Africa could keep their business quiet. I wish there was a way for them to work amongst themselves without letting the rest of the world know what they have. without letting the rest of the world know what they have. Because the minute the rest of the world knows what precious resource you have, they come pretending to be your friend. They pretend to be your friend, pretend to care about you, but they really don't. They care about what you have and how they can capitalize and benefit from what you have. And they'll do it by any means necessary. It's not just the US, it's all the other countries. Go right ahead, Alexia.
Yeah, but see which part the eruption them start to. Eruption never starts where they need to get what they need to get.
Outside that
The
movie.
eruption, yeah, the eruption always start if what they want then at the east, the eruption then at the west. It's never going to interrupt their modicum of business. I always say it. All of this foolishness where you see go on, all you see them and say, oh, they're taking advantage of the US. No. At the US, at them people there go in and cause the eruption and then give what they call help, but it's not really help because half of our 3/4 of the help goes back into contracts to companies that are from said country. So if them say $10 million in a aid, the country probably get only 500,000 really in a some rice and some flour and water. But the rest of it go somewhere else. Right back in the country. All of them, when Doji read out, oh, gas station in a Miglai desert, and that them the money they come under them the head in there. No gas station, no bill. They need the civil unrest to mask what is happening, the real thing what they do. They can't just go in. So people are going to see, now that you have like these platforms and the others, people are going to come with their little Nokia and their little Motorola and say, this is one for the world see. So then create diversions. Yeah?
So, Alexia, that being said, shouldn't the people of said countries hold their leaders responsible? Because their leaders are allowing this to happen. Go ahead, Mr. President. Oh, Alexia and then Mr. President.
Well, I would say this. What they did was soften the leader them first. Show them the potential of what they could make. Yeah? Show them, say, listen, you see the little 1 million, yeah? You could have make all 10 by the time we don't do what we are doing now. And 20 now. Soften them up, man. And then even if that leader gets booted out, the new one will come in, better yet, they do what they're doing to put the leaders they want in place so that they can continue to do what they're doing. Simple as that. So the people, and to you, a question I've always asked, how can you, as a born-bred African, how do you feel when you're watching the news and seeing what your own people, because nobody feel like they use foreign forces, you know. They're using your own people against them one another. Like, how do you sleep? You can't tell me say you're numb to it. You cannot tell me. No millions of dollars can completely wipe your conscience from you. How do you feel? Be honest. These things come back and bite you, you know. No matter what they believe in a moment, these things come back and bite.
They trade their people for penthouses in Switzerland, Paris, the United Kingdom. They trade their people so that their children can go to Oxford University or universities across the United States of America or Canada. They trade their people for private jets. They trade their people for the latest Maybachs, Bentleys, G-Wagons. They trade their people for luxurious lifestyles. They trade their people so that their wives can go to Paris, oui, to be able to shop In the designer stores, Chanel, Christian Dior, Givenchy, Christian Louboutin, Salvatore Ferragamo, Gucci. They trade their people so that their families, their friends, and the families of their friends are okay. They disconnect. They disconnect. And they don't care. They don't care. Their yards are filled with fleets of the latest vehicles while their people suffer for the $1 million. It's as simple as that. And that is why I say, yes, we can blame Western countries from, and China and Russia and everybody coming in and doing what they do to these countries, but it was allowed to happen because their leaders did not negotiate for the benefit of their people. They negotiated self first. Yes, many of them too are put there, but they were put there because they were the ones who they could easily manipulate. They were like putty in their hands. Yeah? Putty. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. That's why sometimes I say democracy is not for Africa and the developing countries, Because as much as we like to say, oh, democracy, 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 look at it. Do you realize that in countries that have dictators for 40 years and 30 years, they never come up on the democracy chat? These people that exploit their countries for decades, somehow is never a priority to instill democracy in those countries. Look at a man like Gaddafi. Under Gaddafi, Libya was so progressive. Are you telling me right now the democracy in Libya is better than when Gaddafi was there? Is Iraq better? Is Haiti better? Just choose any country. Look at people like Thomas Sankara. You get rid of him, and the person that replaced him stayed in power, what, for how much years? And now you have Ibrahim Traore coming in and in 2 to 3 years have transformed the country already. You're saying, oh, he's some military leader and they need to restore democracy because democracy is the tool they use to keep us destabilized. They fund both candidates. So whoever you vote for, they win. They come in with all these measures. Then they bring in the World Bank and the IMF with austerity measures and all these development plans. Then they bring in the UN for peacekeeping. Name me one country that found peace from the UN being a peacekeeper in it. One. The UN been in the Congo for 30, 40 years. Where is the peace? Just name me one. The UN been in Haiti and still there. I don't understand what peace the UN bring to any country. But these are the kind of things they do. And they get to steal the resources. They got to funnel and keep people in poverty. That's how they operate. But people are waking up and more it's getting worse. People are getting fed up. There you.
Next.
President, you see the lockdown there? You see the lockdown there? When them lock down the US aid? That was a wake-up call for a lot of people, Enough people can't really understand world politics, But sometime along the line, some drastic thing happen, and it's like, boom, the scale come off enough people, yeah. The lockdown there at the USAID office, and they just they hear the dirty laundry, so just dash you out like water for everybody hear and see. And it wake up enough people. So the underbelly are just one government. Make the rest of them throw out them dirty laundry and dirty water and see what happens.
Oh boy. Italian police increased security at Tesla dealerships after 17 cars destroyed in Rome fire. This article courtesy of theguardian.com. Italy's interior ministry has written to police forces across the country to increase security at Tesla dealerships after 17 of the electric cars made by Elon Musk's company were destroyed in a fire in Rome. Italy's state police anti-terrorism unit, DGUS, is investigating whether the fire at the Tesla dealership in Torre Angela, a suburb in the east of the capital, was started by anarchists. Firefighters worked for hours to put out the blaze in the early hours of Monday. Drone images showed a row of burnt out remains of the vehicles in a parking area of the dealership. Using his social media platform, Musk referred to it as terrorism. There are 13 Tesla dealerships in Italy, all managed by the parent company, the majority of them in Rome, but also in other cities, including Florence and Milan.
I don't like Elon Musk. I'm gonna say it 50,000 times. I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government. That is somebody that is operating above the law. For whatever reason, just because he has a lot of money, more money than everybody else. And yes, I am happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him because he is a problem. And so you never should have somebody that is sitting that high and is going to sit up here and threaten a sitting member of Congress when she knew good and well, if she watched the entire thing, that I specifically told protesters to make sure you consult with lawyers, just like I've told protesters over and over and over in the history of me advising people to go out and exercise their constitutional right. The fact that there are other sitting members that have received letters of threat from this new DOJ tells me that they are about retribution and they are not about following the law. The reason that our party, or I won't even say our party, our country is torn apart is because we can't even agree on right versus wrong. This shouldn't be left versus right. The only thing that we're asking is that we have law enforcement that will show up when there is an actual crime. If somebody calls and says, hey, I need you to investigate this cyber crime, or I need you to investigate this child pornography, or I need you to investigate this robbery, then we want somebody to show up, and we don't want them to look at us and act as if just because I'm black or because I'm woman, that I am not worthy of having that case investigated, because we have an administration that is continuously railing against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or we don't need people that show up that feel like diversity should not be valued. That is why we should have somebody that may show up and looks like me. The final thing that I'll say, because you've been gracious, is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm going to walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not. Charlie offered me my job, and I worked my butt off, and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me. And that is what it looks like to serve. Thank you.
So I'm not condoning the destruction of property. I'm not condoning that. However, it seems as though Tesla dealerships are privy to certain protections that others don't get. Or you know what? Probably they will get it if something, or they would get it if something similar were to happen to them. Whilst I don't condone how it's being done, the unfortunate truth is that the only time you can get people's attention is when people go to the extreme. It's always a matter of having to do something drastic. Nobody cares, nobody listens to you until, not until. And it is a shame. The world has been protesting. The world has been saying, get him out of Washington. How is it? Why is it he's so protected? Why is he allowed to upend people's lives and livelihoods and get away with it? And then he comes on TV and cries because people are retaliating. For every action, there is a reaction, whether it's right or wrong, good or bad. You can't keep poking the bear and not expect the bear to growl or crawl. People are affected, and people feel as though they're being disrespected and disregarded. And this is their way of saying enough is enough. Again, I don't condone it, but it's a call to action. Let us stop. Now, I don't know how true this is, but hold on a second. I just saw something here from CBS. Let me take a look at this. Hold on. It's a photo that CBS put up. Elon Musk will remain a friend and an advisor to Trump after leaving government, Vance says. When is he leaving? I didn't even know it was a part of it. When is he leaving, Vance? When is he leaving? I need more information on that. So it's so funny. I'm thinking this, and as I open it, I see this. Oh, so he got enough data and personal information. The U.S., many Americans are not happy. Folks around the world are not happy because in the short time since January till now, there has been so much upheaval. People have been thrown into fires, figuratively speaking. Their lives have been forever changed, some of them.
Last night, the President of the United States acted for his country, and that is his mandate. Today, I will act in Britain's interests with mine. I understand how important this is for your businesses, as it is for the British people. So we move now to the next stage of our plan. Decisions we take in coming days and weeks will be guided only by our national interest. And clearly, there will be an economic impact from the decisions that the US has taken, both here and globally. But I want to be crystal clear. We are prepared. Indeed, one of the great strengths of this nation is our ability to keep a cool head. Nonetheless, I want to be clear. I will only strike a deal if it is in our national interest and if it is the right thing to do for the security of working people, protects the pound in their pocket that they work so hard to earn for their families. That is my priority.
So that was Starmer of UK, the President of UK, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Next. People displaced by Uganda oil pipeline received inadequate compensation. This article courtesy of theguardian.com. People displaced from their homes alongside the site of an oil pipeline under construction in Uganda have complained of being inadequately rehoused or compensated. When completed, the East African crude oil pipeline will transport oil from Tilenga and the Kingfisher oil fields in western Uganda to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The project, a partnership of the governments of both countries, the French oil company Total Energies and the China National Offshore Oil Corporation, has been touted by Uganda as transformative for the country's economy. However, from the start, it has faced criticism over its potential impact on important ecosystems and displaced people. About 13,000 people in Uganda and Tanzania have been displaced by the pipeline. Those obliged to move were given the option of resettlement or cash compensation. Hockey Defenders Foundation, a Kampala based nonprofit, and the University of Sheffield released a report based on interviews with 100 people affected by the pipeline in Uganda, including those whose land had been compulsory acquired. Eminent domain. The researchers found that although the project included a resettlement plan in accordance with local laws and international best practices that emphasize restoration or improvement of livelihoods, many people reported unfair and inadequate compensation and a lack of transparency. Did the government see to it that there was going to be fair compensation? Take that up with your leaders, please and thank you. Your leaders have allowed this to happen. Take it up with them. I have nothing else to say. It's time for the leaders to act for their people more than their pockets, allegedly. Next up, stories out of North America. 5 takeaways from Tuesday's elections, including bad news for Elon Musk. This one comes to us courtesy of NPR. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Democrats have not had a lot of good news since Donald Trump returned to the White House, but elections in Wisconsin and Florida last night are giving them some glimmers of hope and Republicans some cause for concern. To help us unpack all of this, NPR senior political editor and correspondent Domenico Montanaro is here. Hi there.
Hey there.
So Democrats won a race in Wisconsin. They lost 2 in Florida. So how much hope could Democrats really take away from what happened last night?
Well, the candidate that Democrats endorsed in the Wisconsin judicial race, Susan Crawford, won by 10 points. And that's in a state that went for Trump by a point in 2024. You know, Republicans did win the 2 special elections for congressional seats in Florida, but these are very conservative districts. And Democrats cut into the margins there pretty significantly. Margins are what matter in special elections. You know, the party that consistently overperforms in them leading up to midterms usually does pretty well in them. You know, that's all big for a party like Democrats that have been reeling really since Trump came into office. Democrats have seen their lowest favorability ratings ever in recent polling in the 20s. So they'll take what they can get right now. And importantly, Wisconsin was something of a rejection of Elon Musk.
Yeah, and to that point, Musk, who has, of course, been at Trump's right hand since he was sworn in, he played a big role in this race. What has the reaction been like today?
Yeah, Trump ignored it on social media. Musk himself was clearly peeved. He said he never really expected to win and that a voter ID measure that was passed was really the important thing. Hard to believe, really, though, because he spent $20 million on the race. And when he went to the state, I mean, he went there to promote the conservative candidate before the election. He said that the, quote, entire destiny of humanity could rest on the judicial race. Talk about raising the stakes.
Right.
So I think he cared a little bit about winning this race. And we're now seeing some local Republican officials publicly questioning whether it was a good idea for Musk to play in the race at all. For Democrats, few things have upset them more since Trump became president than all the haphazard firings and cuts to the federal government that Musk has led with DOGE, his informal Department of Government Efficiency. Polls have shown Musk and DOGE to be unpopular. And this Wisconsin race was affirmation of that for Democrats, that they feel like they can run against what he's been doing. And there are probably lots of Republicans in Congress privately pretty happy about what happened in Wisconsin.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, they've been facing a lot of tough questions from constituents at town halls. So much of it has been about DOGE. I'm sure lots of them would be thrilled to see Musk take a step back and be less of a face of Trump's agenda, especially since he's also been out there calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme and saying that entitlements probably have to be cut. Those are the kinds of things that are political kryptonite normally, and they really run contrary to Trump's own messaging. A lot of people really do support the idea of cutting the federal government, but in a more measured and targeted way.
Is there any evidence to suggest that Trump is going to break with Musk?
Well, Musk's appointment already has a rough end date. The special government consultant role he has expires after about 130 days, which would be the end of next month. Reading the tea leaves here, that may stick because considering, Musk has adjusted his public language about the cuts. He's gone from parading on the stage with a chainsaw to saying that the team is simply aiming for targeted cuts. Wisconsin makes it that much easier for Trump to cut ties with Musk and say that that was the plan all along, if that's what he winds up deciding to do.
I'm wondering if there is a lesson that Democrats can learn here about what kind of message led to results like those we saw in those elections last night and whether this can be replicated.
Well, I think, this is less about a framing of progressive versus moderate or center versus left, which we hear all the time, as opposed to realizing these off-year elections are about, in many ways, firing up your base of voters. And right now, Democratic voters want people they think are going to fight for their morals and for their values. So it's really about fighting versus acquiescence. And Wisconsin Democrats will tell you that their candidates did just that, whether it was Susan Crawford, the judicial candidate standing up for abortion rights, or the state school superintendent who won her election fighting for against the closure of the Department of Education. It's especially important in midterm elections when turnout is lower than presidentials. And again, energy is most important.
NPR's Domenico Montanaro, thank you.
I think he'll still be in the background. I'm not hearing anything that I'm in favor of, quite frankly. I don't know how y'all feel, but he's still gonna be there. That's my belief. That's my feeling. They're hearing how unhappy people are, and it's a way to try to say, we're listening, but I don't see him going anywhere. And that's it. I'm done. Next, I really am done. So, hold on a second. Lord of mercy, this just popped up. Zelle is shutting down its app. Oh, gotta
Keep reading. No, read read the entire thing. That was my expression too. Shutting down. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna read it, but in the business and tech segment, but it just popped up. I have to move it over to. I have to add it to my business and tech. Go ahead.
Yeah, they were shutting down the app for a while now, but it will be linked to your major banks, but it's only the major banks. Remember, last year or so, we did a whole messaging about the switch over to the FedNow system. That might be something we want to revisit. But isn't it amazing that a single donor could put $20 million into a local race in a democracy?
20 million? Wasn't it 230 million?
No, the local, the race we just spoke about.
Sorry.
In local election.
Yeah.
Imagine that in a democratic country where the money moves the votes, an individual can put 20 million in it. And we're talking about democracy and we surprise the results and whatever it is. And didn't I tell you guys how much time I said the relationship between Vivek and Trump would last? You remember I was saying it?
You weren't saying it, but somehow, Mr. President, I think it's just.
No, but I'm telling you, I know he could not stay to head that more than 6 months. I know the relationship between them could not last more than 6 months.
Did you give him Are you giving him 6 months to collect his money?
I gave them 6 months for everything to just fall apart. Because I know it wouldn't work. And I know Trump don't take blame. So as good as the relationship now is, when it comes to it, Trump would throw him under the bus too. I don't care how much money he spent. Trump is about Trump. And sooner or later, and then when he said he hits it, because we like to talk about he's the richest man on earth, but most of his money, he don't have cash. Most of his money is not cash, it is in the value of his stocks. That's what he used for his loans and all the stuff like that. And remember, on top of that, he is the biggest grifter of the US government. He gets all the contracts. So he could say Social Security is whatever he call it, but he gets more money on Social Security for research and development, for all kind of different things. He fleeces the US government, and then he's trying to tell people, oh, everybody else is bad. But look at the figures. It's clear. But sooner or later, everything will catch up.
I can't believe you're saying that. Come on, look at how much he has done for our country. He's getting a grip of all the waste and all of that. How could you? You know, how could you? But
That with a straight face.
say that again.
How could you say that with a straight face?
You know, I mean, come on, why not? You know, he's doing everything he's doing for our beloved country. He's put self to the side, right?
Is the FAA was infiltrated by Doge and by Elon Musk. It's my understanding that he replaced the communications contract for the FAA with his own Starlink program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's also my understanding that Mr. Elon Musk, who has also infiltrated NOAA, which is the agency that does our weather service and tells the Americans and the world that, you know, what's going to happen with the weather, that there's also indications inside the agency that he would like to have SpaceX become the primary contractor for the satellite systems for NOAA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've also heard that Mr. Elon Musk, who the DoD secretary almost gave access to secret war plans for China last week, is also angling to get billions of dollars in new contracts under the Department of Defense. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I don't know about all of you guys, but this sure looks like a scam to me. I mean, right, they're calling it waste, fraud, and abuse, but really what we see is a special government employee who's a private businessman. He's the wealthiest man in the world, and he is literally infiltrating these federal agencies that he has a personal financial interest in. He's cutting the programs, he's eliminating staff, and then he is essentially positioning himself to put into place private contracts. Now, I also want to take a minute to talk about some of the social programs that we're also highly concerned about, because as we know,
still gets $8 million a day. I think this is all a distraction, quite frankly. I don't think the relationship is going to fizzle, Mr. President. I really don't think they're quite fine. They're just giving, it's an act, in my humble opinion, right? I think it's an act. He's still going to be present, very much present in the back. You know, of course, his son has to be side by side with our president. So I don't know. You know, they had to get rid of Vivek. Who remembers the show? I don't even know if they still have the show, American Idol. Remember that show? Who were the original hosts?
American Idol is still on.
Oh, it still goes on? I don't know. Yeah. Who were the original hosts?
I don't even remember.
Sam Cowell, Randy Jackson, and I can't remember the lady.
Not the panel, the hosts.
Oh, Ryan Seacrest and the other man.
Aha. Where's the other man?
Don't know. We've always talked about this.
Okay.
Always talked about this.
All right.
Who's the other man?
There were two hosts.
There were two of them.
Yeah, he still does work, but I can't remember his name right now.
I don't remember.
No, I don't remember his name.
I don't remember his name.
Give me a second. I'll find it. I see his face. I don't remember his name.
Okay, we're using that as an example for Vivek. Okay, I got it now. I was a little slow. Got it now.
Yeah. And then after we no longer saw the second host, we just kept seeing who popping up everywhere. And now he's doing, what's the show? Him at the Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune.
They come in, get rid of, and take over. And I keep asking, nobody else over there in Hollywood? Ryan Seacrest is the only person? The only one? He did the Kardashians, and it's like everything. Seacrest. I'm like, whoa. Nobody else over there? There is a law to ban cell phone use in Florida school, and it's advancing. This courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. A proposal that would prohibit Florida students from using cell phones and other wireless devices throughout the entire school day, not just during instructional time, is moving forward in the state legislature. On Wednesday, the Education and Employment Committee unanimously approved the bill HB 949, which would also require school districts to designate specific areas where students are allowed to use their devices. Bill sponsor Representative Demi Bosata Cabrera, Republican for Coral Gables, explained that the proposal does not explicitly define wireless devices to ensure that it excludes medical devices while covering future technologies. The proposal builds on a 2022 law that barred students from using cell phones during instructional time. Come to the front for a second here for me, Cabrera, Coral Gables, wealthy little community. A lot of private schools in that community. Is it going to be applicable to private schools also, or just the public schools? Just asking. We want to know. Yeah, want to know. Will public schools be exempt, or will they have to abide by this also? And what should happen if there is an emergency in a classroom? Is there a provision for that they will be allowed to use their device to contact the outside world, right? Schools have become unsafe places, I must say. They have become unsafe places. And there is something unfortunate that may happen at the school. Will they be allowed to use their devices then? Just want to know, Yes, folks, Coral Gables, where the money resides. One of those cities where the money resides in South Florida. Just asking for a friend. Just want to know. Next up. Oh, we have some updates here, folks. Have some updates. Out of Jamaica, Mocha arrests 2 more in a $47.5 million phishing scam, courtesy of Nationwide Radio. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, Mocha, has arrested 2 more people in connection with a $47.5 million phishing scam that targeted National Commercial Bank customers. The latest suspects are a 25-year-old male of Cassava Peace in Kingston 8, and a 24-year-old woman of Gregory Park in Portmore. The man was picked up early this morning while the woman was arrested yesterday morning. According to Mocha, the arrests were made when lawmen went to the suspects' residences to execute search and arrest warrants. The agency says several evidentiary items were seized in the operations. The suspects are subsequently expected to be charged. The latest arrest brings to 14 the number of people so far who are held in connection with the massive cybercrime. The offenses took place between April and June 2022 when members of an organized crime syndicate targeted 16 NCB accounts in a phishing scam and transferred the funds to a number of beneficiaries' accounts. Mocha says it remains committed to bringing those involved before the courts. The agency says fraud and other cyber crimes of this nature are high on its agenda due to their increasing incidence. So, has NCB tightened up their cybercrime division, or go ahead?
No. Anything else?
Gina, yeah, we have something else. Gina and Panton. We have another update. Gina and Panton, the lone accused in the multi-billion-dollar fraud scandal at Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL, is set to stand trial on May 4. So who else is going to be on trial with her? Because we know she did not do this single-handedly.
Nobody. The NPR for be the scapegoat. There was an article that I read recently. Said the money not even did reach the man, not even did ever invest none at all. He not even did reach the part of the account where he's supposed to invest. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Poor you saying. Completely off topic, real quick. My Coffee into a Family, if you look at the top of your screen, right, you see a daily challenge up there. We're more than halfway through. We just need 4 more art. Listen, these little things will help push Coffee into a further. You see tapping up the screen. No, we're not say taps and roses, you know. We're not gonna make moments say it, we're gonna say it for her. You see tapping up the screen, if we can get 20,000 likes for the day, it push it further. Remember, so we just come over here and 6 we used to sit down in there and look on the screen, put up a 14 away, and it's all of those thumb action that is working. So what I'm saying is I'm not asking for roses, but we do appreciate the taps. We only have 4 hearts, a 1 TikTok dollar give you 1 heart. Please, we have 50 minutes to complete the challenge there, and we need it. We have to put out Coffee in Tour to the world because we are the #1 TikTok news station in the making. And every mickle make a muckle. 14 are we in here. Come on, show the love, show the love. We're done with the share the likes because we are wrap up soon. So please tap up the screen. We are 20K. That's all we ask a daily. 20K. And we do it as we come in the morning time, we'll lick off the live. You get what I say? Thank you very much.
Ashe and amen.
Well done, my dear. Well done. Well done. Well said. I like that.
Amen, sister.
Give me a minute.
Listen, say amen. Let's try to say amen.
Amen. I would listen. A clubhouse where I come from, you know, some people not even know the clubhouse exists right now. And that me I tell you, you know, and look how we follow and we stick together. You understand me? Birds of a feather. We don't know how which set a bird will be yet. But birds of a feather. And we are flock. We just a flock. We just a flock, so. Right? Right.
It only allow me to give 1 heart.
It won't allow us to give more than 1 heart.
Gift. So we need 3 other people.
Breathe moments. Breathe. Breathe. Make it up. My cousin cry.
All right. Okay.
Breathe.
I'm
Breathe.
coming.
Breathe.
I'm coming.
Take your time. Take your time.
Because
take your time. You deserve it. Take your time.
I don't know what half of this stuff is flashing across my screen right now. So thank you for letting me know at least that part right there.
Woo! All right. I'm coming. Give me a second. Alexa, you're blindsided.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hold on. YouTube, me soon come. YouTube, me soon come. Hold on there, YouTube. Hold on there. 1 second, YouTube. 1 second. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food, Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Then Jano Radio. Then Mad Music House. Yeah. Oi, yeah. We did ours. We started on Clubhouse simultaneously. Yep. Wow. Yeah. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you. And thank all of you for your gifts. Thank you for tapping up. Thank you for your support. Even everybody just new coming to Coffee into. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of the journey. Thank you for believing in Coffee into and our purpose, our reason, the why, the who, the why, the when, the what, the where. We thank you for it. We appreciate it. It has been a journey indeed. Where Kirk, the Kirk of Flash. Hold on there, Kirk. Hold on there. Hold on there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for showing up.
It's only one, not two, not three. One coffee in Thur. What do you know about this?
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lord of mercy. They get me in my feelings. And girl is a gangster. Dolly don't cry. Dolly don't do these things.
We don't know what about this. Eh? Coffee in Thur about this.
You're a gangster friend.
Right now.
Oh, jeez. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank all of you. CIT family. Yes, and we will be in the ATL Labor Day. What do you call the weekend? Memorial Day weekend. We will be in the A.
Yes.
We will be in the A. Oh, jeez. Lord of mercy. Yeah.
So since she's lost for words right now, let me just go ahead and well, first thanks Alexa. I already said that already. But for those of you who are interested in coming to Atlanta for Atlanta Caribbean Carnival, it is Memorial Weekend. It starts from now and it lasts throughout Memorial Weekend. I'm just joking. It starts at the first Friday. The first starts the Friday before Carnival, which is the Saturday of Memorial Weekend, and it goes straight to the Tuesday. We are planning a coffee until get together, so DM me if you're interested in meeting up with the team so we can have a head count and a better understanding of how we can make our plans going forward. All right. You good now, moments? Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm good now. I think
Okay.
I'm good now. I
Okay.
think I'm good now. I think
You're good, man. You're good. You know, so many people have your back. Watch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. Rosolo,
Yes, ma'am.
what you just said a while ago, like what? What? Say what now?
Atlanta
We're
Caribbean
touching
Carnival.
down in the A for Memorial Day
Yes.
weekend. Our first ever get together was in South Florida for Miami Carnival, and that was in 2023.
So okay, and where's the meet and greet?
We're not sure yet.
We're
We
not.
just want a head count, but we're not sure yet.
Yeah, we know we have a contingency there in the A. We did New York last year, so this year is Atlanta.
So is there like a group chat or an email or a Facebook?
Not yet. No, we need
Not
to.
yet.
Okay,
No,
okay.
so DM me if you. Well, I already know you. DM, but I told you DM me, and I can get your information, and then we can get the group chat together.
All
Because
right.
we have more people here in Atlanta than most of the states regarding coffee and tool. So we also want to do an Atlanta link up as well. But I don't know if we have time to do it before Memorial Weekend. But
No, definitely Memorial Day weekend.
yeah.
Definitely Memorial Day weekend. We're doing the link. We want to do a link up there. Yeah. It's a vibe. It's a vibration. It's a good time. Um. Oh Lord, yes, I go on talk roll. Let me respond to one text message. Go on talk. Go on talk.
No, I mean I said everything. I just if you're interested in joining us for the link up, we need to get an understanding of how many people are interested. So we just need a head count if you're traveling in, so we can recommend places for you to stay, where it's close route and all that stuff. So yeah, just DM me if you have my phone number, message me, and just raise your hand. I'll know what you're talking about, and we'll get everyone together, and we'll start making plans to get everyone together. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just to know that for the people coming, it's important because we usually choose a location, a central location, and everybody try to get the Airbnbs or accommodation around that location so we have easy access to each other for link ups, meet and greets, and so on. So it's important that we know.
And it's just around the corner, folks. It's just around the corner. If you're, yeah. Ah, thank you, Rosolo. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And we'll talk about it again. By the way, before I forget, Ja, when is your daughter's birthday? Not today. Not hearing you, Ja.
The 9th.
Oh, the 9th. Okay, the 9th. So we are next week, Friday, not this Friday, next week, Friday. We're going to have like a session and we're just celebrating everybody born in the month of April. And we're going to do it here on TikTok next week, Friday, after the Coffee and Toast show. We'll have a little birthday jam session because we have Alexia on Sunday. We have Marlon on Monday. And the 9th,
My money.
your mom, but of course she not got a job with Tasha's daughter
She
is
had jam.
9 to she a go jam, all right. My auntie going
She's gonna be
jam.
with me. She's on jam.
My auntie going jam. Hey, don't play with my auntie, you know. Me not forget my uncle's 90th birthday and my aunt. And me on the dance floor and my aunt are go down to the ground, you know. Don't play with my aunt. Okay. But yeah, so next week Friday, we're gonna have our little jam session, celebrate everybody who celebrates their birthday in the month of April. And I think we're gonna do that for each month. We have May, the May people, them, the one and only Rosolo, and so on. So we go through we go through the hold on there, Dr. Shard, hold on, was flashing. All right, so yeah. Okay.
Because I'm selfish and I celebrate my birthday all month. I celebrate my birthday all month. We're celebrating when you come to Atlanta as well. Because I'm selfish. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Go ahead. Okay. I'm sure I heard Dr. Sharon's mic open. All right. Okie dokie. Moving right along. So that's the thing with um Alexia, as we were saying, she's the only one, and I would love them to bring everybody forward. Stop making her the scapegoat of this thing. They're saying the former client relations manager, who has been in custody since February 2023, faces a 22-count indictment, including charges of forgery, larceny as a servant, and engaging in transactions involving criminal property. She wasn't working alone. For what came forth in the media, she was not working alone. And even without the information at hand, she wasn't working alone. Anybody, even the blind, can see that she was not working alone. Okay. Okay, so I'm sure there's more to come. All right, next up, it is time for business and tech segment brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Amazon's last minute bid for TikTok comes as a US ban on the platform is set to take effect on Saturday. Amazon has put in a bid to purchase TikTok. A Trump administration official made the statement on Wednesday, and this is an 11th hour pitch as a U.S. ban on the platform is set to go into effect on Saturday. The official, who was not authorized to comment publicly and spoke on the condition of anonymity, said the Amazon offer was made in a letter to Vice President J.D. Vance and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. The New York Times first reported on the bid. Do we think ByteDance is going to sell? Amazon has declined to comment on this, by the way, and TikTok did not immediately respond to a request for comment. If Amazon purchases TikTok, isn't that going to isn't that going to put a muzzle on Americans, so to speak? Aren't Americans going to be restricted even more, suppressed even more? Because now it's going to be owned. Look at what is happening on Meta. Oh, and by the way, I heard allegedly WhatsApp is not as safe as we think it is. Oh boy.
Do we honestly think that these social media apps are safe? Because if you do, I think you need to check yourself, or any type of technology that we're using right now. I even pay for a service to make sure some of my stuff is not stolen, and some of those services have been hacked. So come on now.
Because the same one who's selling the thing are the same one doing the thing. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell them. Have to be able to be able to break a system. Yeah, to be able to fix a system, you have to break it. You have to create a problem to know how to fix the problem, right? And then once you figure out how to fix the problem, you design a product and you sell it to people.
Didn't we have a story last year about someone paying for cybercrime people to come in? Was it the United States? Or like Google or one of them? Mm-hmm. They were paying them to see if they can hack into their system.
Yes.
I don't remember who it was though.
Yeah. It's so funny. My antivirus protection just renewed. Yeah, because day before yesterday, right? And in the weeks, about 2 to 3 weeks leading up to it, them know it when I got expire, and they keep sending you these things. Oh, you're not protected. Blah 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 blah. Different sites pumping things at you. So your information is sold. It's as obvious as day. And as the minute I did the renewal, boom, everybody disappear into the shadows. Them tech people for idiot. That's what it is. They really take people for idiot, and that was our business and tech segment. I'm sure I had something saved in TikTok here for the business and tech segment, but I guess not. Oh, I did it already. I played the video already. Okay, so I can keep it moving. It was relating to the islands that the tariffs were slapped on. All right, time for Health and Science News, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com, LAURMEL. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food, for a natural, beautiful you. India trains thousands of medics to promote vaccine in huge push to end cervical cancer. This article comes to us courtesy of theguardian.com. Tens of thousands of doctors across India are being trained to promote the HPV vaccine. This is in a push to eliminate cervical cancer in the country. They will check with mothers attending medical appointments that they intend to vaccinate their daughters and visit schools and community centers armed with facts and slideshows to counter vaccine disinformation. 1 in 5 cervical cancer cases worldwide occur in India, and the overwhelming majority of those are caused by the human you know the word. Me nah bite up my tongue here now. Or HPV. This is me never got medical school. Me not have the training. The HPV vaccine has become routine practice in many countries and has been available in India privately since 2008. Don't laugh after me, Dr. Sharon. Don't laugh after me. By the way, I hope you're teaching Joel over there, you know. I hope you're teaching her because we may need Joel. And the way things are going in this country, we need all hands on. All right, so the HPV vaccination has become routine practice in many countries and has been available in India privately since 2008, but with low take up. All right, so good for you over there, India. I had one. I wasn't sure if I was going to have the time to do it, but I do have another one. And men, this is for you. I need my men to come to the front. I know I went in on you men earlier this year, but me coming to you again. 3 things men should know about prostate cancer. Number 1 for me, before we even get into the article, men, please rid yourselves of this how much should I word it for uno? We wanna have this thing about the whole prostate. We wanna shun it and wanna ignore it, and it's not until it's too late. That's what I don't want to pay attention. Maybe gonna do. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article, especially the Caribbean man them. Caribbean National Weekly is reporting this article. A harsh reality facing many Caribbean men is that the region has one of the highest prostate cancer mortality rates compared to developed countries. While the incidence of prostate cancer varies across Caribbean nations, men in rural areas are disproportionately affected. In contrast, those in urban centers often have greater access to screening programs, better healthcare services, and increased public awareness of the importance of early detection. According to Prostate Cancer in the Caribbean by Ramasar et al., responsive cancer care in the Caribbean is difficult because there is a broad spread of islands, underfunded medical care systems, and the lack of a unified strategy for cancer control. The author points out that not every country has a national program to screen for prostate cancer. Even if they do, how many men actually participate? Prostate cancer facts. Knowledge is power. It is important to equip men with the correct knowledge about prostate cancer. Knowledge empowers men to take responsibility for their health and not wait for programs to come to them. Here are 3 key points. First, prostate cancer can be successfully treated when it is caught early. However, early prostate cancer has no symptoms. So, how can it be detected? This is where a simple blood test comes in, gentlemen. A blood test. A simple blood test. It is called a PSA test, which stands for prostate specific antigen. A PSA test, write it down, take it to your healthcare professional, tell them you want to have a blood test done, a PSA test, more specifically, the prostate-specific antigen test. This test measures a surface protein from prostate cells that circulates in the bloodstream. A normal, healthy prostate sheds very little into the blood. However, if something is bothering the prostate, more PSA is shed. Several things, such as an infection, sexual activity, prostate enlargement as a man ages, even riding a bike, or a digital rectal exam by a doctor can disturb the PSA. The same is true for prostate cancer. As a tumor starts to grow, it disturbs the PSA. Therefore, a normal PSA test gives a low number, usually between 2 and 4, and you want it below 2. If the number is higher, a doctor suspects something unusual, but it might not be cancer. Typically, the doctor will ask the patient to repeat a PSA test in about 6 weeks. This also helps to rule out lab error. If the number is still high or even higher, imaging and or a biopsy. Something frightened me. All right, so this also helps to rule out lab error. If the number is still high or even higher, imaging or a biopsy can be done to determine if prostate cancer is present. Number 2, if tests are positive for prostate cancer, the test results will determine the treatment strategy. If the prostate cancer is still contained within the gland, there are 4 general choices, right? There is what is called a prostatectomy, which is a surgical operation to remove the whole gland and nearby lymph nodes. Taking out the gland removes the cancer. The common side effects: incontinence, ED, erectile dysfunction, but they will usually improve. Treatments for them can help. Radiation, there are 2 basic types: either beam radiation, which is a daily treatment over a period of weeks, or radioactive seed implants that stay in the patient's prostate. Focal treatment, this is a precise image-guided treatment that targets and destroys the tumor while sparing healthy cells. It's an outpatient treatment that immediately and accurately destroys the tumor. Imaging is used to monitor the treatment and confirm the result. Then there is active surveillance. This is an alternative to immediate treatment and is recommended for men with early, low-risk prostate cancer. It allows the patient to hold off on treatment while being monitored with PSA tests and MRI. Patients must follow the doctor's schedule for monitoring. There are no side effects. No treatment is 100% successful with every patient. So, which one is the right choice? It depends on everything the doctor knows from the diagnostic tests, plus the patient's lifestyle. But most important is matching the treatment to the disease. The more aggressive the prostate cancer, the more aggressive the treatment. The doctor should carefully explain to the patient how each treatment choice works, what the side effects might be, and what the recovery will be like. Do not be afraid to ask questions. It's important that they feel good about their choice. And finally, a special type of MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, called multiparametric MRI, or MP-MRI, is a game changer when it comes to detecting, diagnosing, and treating prostate cancer. It's the preferred imaging for getting the most accurate portrait of each man's prostate cancer, since no 2 cases are identical. While a needle biopsy tissue samples is still the only way to see the actual prostate cancer cells, MPMRI supplements the diagnosis by showing the location, shape, and size of the tumor. This information is necessary for the doctor to determine if a patient can have a focal treatment or go on active surveillance. However, the equipment is expensive and not every Caribbean country may have it in many centers. Usually, large hospitals and academic medical institutions are equipped with it, but it is the new standard in prostate cancer care. Remember, every man should have an annual PSA test to screen for prostate cancer. The earlier it is found, the more treatment choices he will have, and the higher the chances for success. An unusual PSA is no cause for alarm, since a repeat blood test and a follow-up MPMRI will reveal what's really happening. The Caribbean region can be a health paradise for men who live there if they participate in annual prostate cancer screening as part of their commitment to live long and enjoy life among the islands. Gentlemen, please. Women, take on a man, carry them, go with them. Show that you're supporting them because it affects us too, right? So is it normal to get a PSA every 6 months? That's a great question. Let me see if Dr. Keisha is able to come up. And I know Dr. Sharon is here. Dr. Sharon is a board certified OBGYN. Go right ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So my first comment is going to be about their screening, right? We find the same issue with colon cancer screening. Colon cancer screening and screening for prostate cancer and just generally getting men to the doctors seems to be challenging at times. And it really shouldn't be, and it doesn't have to be. Because that early detection is really, what helps. That's what saves lives. And it takes away, I should have, what if, it's just, and it's so much easier for a screening exam. If you think going to the doctor is hard for a screening exam, well, cancer treatment is worse. Almost any kind of cancer treatment is worse than any preventive medicine, any preventive exam. So we really should, on a whole, be making sure that our family members, the men, the brothers, the significant others go to the doctor and get checked out, because it doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't. Yeah, and I'll leave Dr. Keisha to answer the rest.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharon. Before I have Dr. Keisha answer, let me go ahead and wrap up on air because we have come to the end of the internet radio live stream. For those of you listening on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and Mad Music House, I invite you to join us either on YouTube or over here on TikTok. All right. I want to say thank you so much, as always, for tuning in. Bear with me here one moment. Let me do the wrap up. Thank you to everyone who tuned in on Coffee and Toe, live on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to JanoRadio.com. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app, JAHANO. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And a thank you to everyone who tuned in to madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you live tomorrow morning, God willing, 9 a.m. Eastern. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Okay, folks, we are officially off the air. Thank you so much for your patience. Dr. Keisha, are you there? Okay. All right. Over to you. Yes, it is Cancer Awareness Month. Go right ahead, Dr. Keisha.
Woo! Y'all know, please. This is the month I want y'all to get me out of business because I am tired of diagnosing cancer. I was about to call Sharon last night crying, Sharon, the third in 2 weeks, signet ring cell carcinoma from the stomach, metastatic to the colon. Again.
Ooh. Break it down for us. Put it in layman terms.
Okay.
So Dr. Keisha is a triple board certified pathologist. All right, go right ahead, Dr. Keisha.
First of all, somebody asked about PSA, the prostate-specific antigen test. These are screening tests. That's why Dr. Sharon said you have to go into the doctor, like worrying about which test should I get done. If you're going to get your annual, then they'll let you know. Now, the guidelines, average risk every 2 to 3 years, that's average risk. That's why you need to be doing some family history digging to find out what your family history is and put all of that information. You know, when you go to the doctor annual, they ask you questions, update family history, right? Things change. You have to put all that down there because that will change your risk for screening. How often should you be good screening is related to that. And if you've ever had genetic testing too, you should be disclosing that information for the prostate because nowadays, a lot more men are living with it. I see less what we call prostatectomies, which are taking the entire prostate out and the lymph nodes. I see more guided therapy and men living with prostate cancer longer just by having immunotherapy and stuff like that. So that's the good thing. What I was talking about was stomach cancer, which I'm seeing a lot more, and esophageal cancer, and young people too. The gastric cancer, one of the worst, is called signet ring cell carcinoma. The reason is it doesn't present as a mass. It literally is cancer cells from the lining of your stomach percolating through the entire wall. And sometimes it presents as leather body. So you will having upset, all of that stuff, right? Which we always like to play off and use medicine. It's just gonna curb it. The cancer is not gonna go away. The problem is that I think in these rural areas or these areas where I'm at, people are not going to the doctor, don't have access to doctors, right? So you put that stuff off. A simple, I'm having stomach pains, you go to the GI doctor, they scope you, they find it. Well, all of the ones that I've seen have presented with this cancer goes through the wall and then it gets into your lymphatic system. And then it's really weird. All three of them are presenting as colon masses. And they perforated the colon because they're going through into the colon wall. Very, very weird. So they thought this guy had colon cancer, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is the same thing again. It's like deja vu over and over again.
Wow. Yeah. So we have a comment here in the chat, Dr. Keisha. I think you touched on it. Tasha says, ask the docs if they can touch on BRCA1 mutation or gene testing as far as hereditary prostate cancer.
Okay, that's not for prostate. Okay, so I'll say something simply, and Dr. Sharon can talk about it from the female perspective. So there are many mutations, right? For breast cancer, for ovarian, for colon, all of them. BRCA1 and 2 also increases your risk for some colon cancers and other types of cancers. So if you have a family history, is one. If you don't know your family history, right, for those that may be adopted or other things, then you talk to the doctor and ask, can I get a genetic counselor, get screening? So when I had my mother's history, I immediately went and said, I have this history now, I want a genetic counselor. The genetic counselor, and mind you, just play the game with your history. They're mostly covered by insurance, right? And they're not that much, to be honest. The genetic counselor will now go through your whole history, right? And then order genetic testing, which goes through the lab, a very specialized lab. And they are checking for mutations that you have. Now, tumors itself, we do different testing for, but your testing is on your cells, looking to see what mutations you have that can increase your risk. BRCA is one of the many. PALB2 is another one that's been up and coming in breast cancer as well. So there are many. BRCA is not one, but with BRCA, you already have an increased risk for many cancers. There was a woman who had a BRCA mutation, and this was my residency. And so they did like a hysterectomy on her. She had no, according to scanning, she had no masses anywhere. We looked at the fallopian tube and we take these tiny, tiny, tiny sections. She had carcinoma in the tube. Yep, in the tube. And just imagine if it would have sat. So that's when you make the decision on what you want to do related to those mutations.
Wow.
Very cool.
So, folks, and what age would you recommend? What's the earliest? Well, age is just a number nowadays with everything that's going on health-wise. But what age would you recommend men start getting prostate screening done?
Men are supposed to be going to their doctor annually and then talking with them about that, right? Because they also have to get the rectal exam. It's not just the PSA.
Okay.
And then it depends if you're average risk or high risk, right? If you're in your 50s. Remember, I told you, if you have a relative that has had prostate cancer, had colon cancer, they're not going to screen you the same way. It's not going to be 50, 55. It's not going to be that. It's going to be younger.
Right, right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Someone asked about BRCA.
So BRCA 1 and 2 are some patients who are positive for those have increased risk of breast and ovarian cancer. And we, first of all, we will go by family history in terms of recommended genetic testing. And that's where that family history is really, really, really important, because you may not be at the point where you're showing signs of anything, right? But you want to know. You want to know early so that your screening is not just a regular recommended screening. It may be more heightened screening. Let's say in terms of breast and ovarian cancer. Let's say if you're BRCA positive, then we may suggest after childbearing, complete hysterectomy. Sometimes people have done prophylactic mastectomy. One of the most famous person have done a prophylactic mastectomy is Brad Pitt's ex-wife. I'm blanking on her name.
Oh, Angelina
Jolie.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, because her mom unalive from breast cancer. She has the genes, so then she also did prophylactic mastectomy. There are people who are, I mean, I've done prophylactic oophorectomy, which is removing the ovary and tubes, and have found like a stage 1 fallopian tube cancer.
Yeah, that's
right?
so scary. I saw that.
So that's exactly what Dr. Keisha was just talking about, right? So that people afraid of doctors, I get it, but you're gonna be more afraid when you're diagnosed with something that's a stage 3 or stage 4, when you could have caught it at stage 1, right? Because of the screening exam. So I get that. I get the apprehension. I get that, but it's actually truly worse getting treatment, for cancer. So yeah, BRCA 1, BRCA 2, we do check for them. It also depends on your family history. And if you're positive for those genes and other genes also, because it's not just BRCA 1 and 2. If you're positive for genes and your screening and your surveillance actually becomes different from just say, the regular person who does not have that genetic mutation. So please check with your doctors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doc. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha. Then I want to read a comment from YouTube after you. Go right ahead.
Oh, something I forgot to mention. Dr. I was seeing it too. So Dr. Sheridan was talking about the BRCA 1 and 2. PALB2 that I mentioned is up and coming. That also when you get these testing done, and you have a high risk or they're concerned, you do get them every 5 years because we're adding and finding out. The genes that are out there now, BRCA1 and BRCA2, hot on the market, will always be, but we're always finding new risk factors through genes. So every 5 years, you want to check on that to see if you need to get tested.
Okay, quick question from the chat before I read the comments over here on YouTube. Is the Medical Collective on YouTube? Dr. Keisha.
Medical Collective on YouTube. It is, and we don't have enough subscribers. I'm trying to subscribe us for YouTube Health, y'all. So I need to get as many YouTube short views or subscribers to do that. We are on there.
Yeah, so do me a favor, folks, please. If you have not already done so, follow the Medical Collective here on TikTok. When you head on over to YouTube, please subscribe to the Medical Collective and subscribe to Coffee and Toe while you're there. Just do a 2-for-1. Now, Dr. Keisha and her colleagues, they have sessions right here on TikTok. They have sessions. You can come in, get accurate information. There are other doctors there as well. So I'm so proud of that. When you see them, people of color.
Oh my gosh, I know. And Dr. T's, every time I listen to them, I learn something different. Every single time. And it's like you talk about one thing, then Dr. Sharon has her perspective, Dr. Leslie, Dr. Dan, everybody from it is attacking it at a different angle.
Yes. So please, folks, follow the docs in the house, Dr. Keisha, Dr. Sharon, right here on TikTok. Follow the Medical Collective. Head on over to YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you for the follow, Win. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the rose, J. Paul. We need accurate information. And in this day and age where a lot of things are being suppressed, right? We need to get it from those who work in the field, who are experts in the field, who, studied, practice, reliable sources. All right. So I must say, I'm so happy because we met on Clubhouse. We met over on Clubhouse. It's so interesting. And then we have been following each other since. So they're a part of the family and they're always present here with us. All right. They always stress the importance, folks, of talking to your healthcare providers. It is important. All right. Let me grab the comments here. So we have some comments on YouTube chat. So is this true? True or false? One good way to prevent prostate cancer is to stay sexually active. Higher frequency of ejaculation is associated with lower risk of prostate cancer. Also, avoid charred meat. Is that true?
False, Dr. Sharon.
That's false. Woo!
That is
that man just wants an excuse to do.
That is false.
Okay. False. 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 Also, he said, avoid bike riding 48 hours before PSA test. Is that true? I know I've heard avoid intercourse before doing a PSA test. True or false?
I mean, the bike riding, I haven't heard that. Stuff like that, it could affect it. But I'll tell you, to be honest, the sensitivity of it for things like that, changing it that much, is irrelevant. If it's elevated, regardless, they're going to do biopsies, which is good because, prostatitis can increase it. So bike riding I don't think is going to change.
All right. So
if you fall, but you guys do know where the prostate is located, right?
Please let them know. Let's not take it for granted because we're not sure if everybody outside the club as well as inside the club knows. Let them know.
So when you get a rectal exam in the rectum, and I hate to do that. They put the finger in there, right? And then they push anterior because the prostate is located right in front of that. And it is located adjacent to the bladder, which is why, actually the urethra which goes through there, is why when you have BPH, which is in the large prostate, benign, that it expands and pushes down so people have issues going to the restroom. That. So it's not located somewhere where you just touch it, right? Or on a bike is going to affect it. Yeah.
Okay. For the folks in the Caribbean, real quick, growing up, you hear, or I don't know if you've heard it before, the comment, stoppage of water in men. The life of talk, oh, him have stoppage of water.
What's this called?
They refer to it as stoppage of water, not being able to
Girl,
pass their urine.
it's called yeah, urinary retention sometimes from BPH or benign prostatic hyperplasia or other urinary issues or issues with your prostate. But yeah, that is a very common water is the same thing.
No, say it with your
urinary retention.
No, she wants it with your accent, with your Antiguan accent.
Yeah.
Stoppage of water. Same thing.
Whatever. Because when Mama said it, I couldn't understand what she was
the stoppage of okay. So in Jamaica,
yeah,
stoppage of water.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying to make stoppage of water. Yeah, ladies, if your men are struggling with urinary passing their urine, red flag, serious red flag,
absolute red flag.
Yeah, take them to the doctor quickly, expeditiously, and do not take no for an answer from them. Alexia, go ahead.
I have an uncle that has prostate cancer as we speak, and another one is the inability to pass your feces as well.
Ooh.
If you can poo or pee, yeah, because that was one of his indicators as well. And when he went into the hospital, in less than 24 hours of being in the hospital, he wasn't able to walk. To this day, he cannot walk.
Let me just say this, right? That stage is advanced disease. When you are symptomatic like that, you have advanced disease. So we want to catch things early, right? And this is where the screening exams come in. I don't want my family members to walk into the hospital, can't pee, can't poop, and then they do the whole workup and find they have an obstruction because of a cancer that's now stage 3 or stage 4. So this is where the screening exams come in, right? So had he been going to the doctor, screening, he wouldn't be where he walked into the hospital and then you have you can't pass your bowel because you're obstructed. Then you can't walk because then you have some compression of your nerves, right? That's advanced disease. That's really advanced disease.
I know that the prostate, a BPH or someone that has BPH, prostate can be like a small plum. I've seen them have them. But it should be like, is it a wall? It should be like Dr. It should be affecting like that. And also, cancer starts molecularly, actually, but microscopically. So I've diagnosed 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter cancer, right? It's within the prostatic tissue. You shouldn't have symptoms. So you actually you have more symptoms with BPH than you have with cancer and prostate.
So go ahead, Alex.
Just a quick question I wanted to ask doctors. In terms of diet, we know that your diet can be a contributing factor to cancer. But I've been seeing some research that sugar can be a fuel for cancer. Is that true?
Who wants to take that one? I've heard that too. That sugar feeds cancer. Is that true, Dr.
To a respect, I'll say it like that. You're thinking about the. You know what the tumor cells left the most? A vascular supply, which is why some you will see them be very vascular in nature because they need a vascular supply. Tumor cells can feed upon the other cells for energy, so it's not that they need sugar. Now, do these things increase your risk for cancer? Of course. Do you need to be watching all these things even through the journey of cancer? Yes, right? Because you don't want to be a tumor. I myself don't favor people having a lot of sugar anyway, but sugar is not the one thing that's feeding the cancer. A cancer that has a mutation, a tumor suppressor or an oncogene that leads to rapid cell growth is going to continue because it's been turned on. It's been turned on, it will get turned off.
Ladies, and folks, following, you're not following sometimes Dr. Leslie Thompson, Dr. Leslie artist, that's her handle. I invite you to follow them, follow the medical collective on TikTok, and on over to YouTube and follow the medical collective on YouTube as well. Stay abreast of what's going on. Thank you so much, Dr. We appreciate you. Really do. All right, so that is it. Man, thank you for the follow, Charlie. Man, we can't scream it enough. I don't know what we're going to do within the Caribbean community, especially within the community, the communities of color where men have this idea in their head, right? Yeah, they don't want to be probed until it's too late. Remember, it starts with a simple blood test. Make that an annual thing. Talk to your health provider, please. We love you. We want you all around. We want you healthy. Early detection is key, right? We can change the trajectory. We can change the outcome. We can live a full life if you just work with us. Work with us.
I got an idea. Either to get entry into a concert.
What is it?
Either to get entry into a concert, you gotta either have it at the concert, or in order to get in the concert, you have to have had your exam or screening. Screening at these concerts.
The concert, the strip club, the bar, the restaurant, all the different places.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be there at the strip club. Yeah.
Listen, man, we really care about you. And ladies, go with your men. They want the support. They want the support. They're probably not going to ask you, but go with them. Schedule that time to go. Oh my gosh, I can do it. Schedule the time to go with. You're not going to distract me. You schedule the appointment, go with them. In the Caribbean, there is a cost factor, which is a huge concern. Right? Huge concern. I don't know if the Ministry of Health can drive a campaign once men turn, let's say, 40. They will subsidize the cost of getting these exams done if the Ministry of Health is able to do it for free. Encourage men to come out.
Some of us doctors that want to leave here, we'll come over there if we can get a citizenship over there.
Okay. Or we can talk. We can talk. The reason I say is we can talk is I'm very familiar with a medical center in where I'm from. So we can talk. We can definitely talk and see what happens. But we have to work with the Ministry of Health in the various countries across the Caribbean to see how we can have them encourage the men to get the screening. Just a simple blood test. Let it start there and then take it further. And I'll have the men across the Caribbean, men in Jamaica, I'll have you know, many of the doctors that work privately, they do the same thing publicly. So you don't have to sit there and complain and say, oh my God, I don't have the money to go to the private practice. You can go and see the same doctor at the hospital, the public hospital, at the clinics. Known fact. All right? Please do not delay. If you have not already scheduled for your annual, do so. I'm asking you, beg you no. I don't know if but me beg you no do. Do not ignore. Get away from the foolishness. The man them want to talk about say them no want nobody to touch them and find a female doctor. Find a female healthcare professional who will be able to refer you to a female urologist. If you're at the age where you don't have to go strict directly to the urologist, find a female one if it makes you feel comfortable, right? Okay. Colonoscopies. That's another thing, folks. Colonoscopies. We need colonoscopies done with all the type of things that stick don't reach. That was our health and sound segment. Go right ahead, Dr. Sharon, go ahead.
So let me just add, because earlier I wasn't able to come off mic, but I heard you talking about HPV vaccine in India because of the high incident of cervical cancer in India. It's number 5. I can't remember what the statistics were. However, HPV vaccine prevention should be part of everyone's repertoire. Okay, men also. It's not. Listen, the women don't get HPV and cervical cancer by themselves. Get it from the little them boys, right? So men also should get HPV vaccines. Absolutely. I can say in the United States, vaccinated from age 45 years and 364 days. So just before your 46th birthday, you can self-vaccinate also if you're beyond that, outside of that age range. But it is absolutely, to me, anything that's preventable, we should work on preventing it. Right? I cringe when I see a diagnosis of cervical cancer because it doesn't have to be. It didn't have to be that way. And I've had 2 cousins died of cervical cancer, one in Antigua and one in the UK. Young people, one in the UK was only 23 years old. Antigua was in her 50s, but still, that was just so preventable. Cervical cancer is preventable. Let's work on preventing cervical cancer and other cancers also. So screening exams, I cannot implore among people enough. Please get your screening exams. And just keep up with it and follow up on it. All right, that's my soapbox now.
But I'm glad you mentioned the part about boys because everything is thrust upon girls and women as though it's our responsibility solely to keep the world healthy. Go right ahead, Dr. Keisha.
It's not our responsibility at all. You know that there's also an article that HPV has been linked to increased risk of cardiovascular disease as well. So it's one of those silent things we need to protect. And also increase in head and neck cancers, men and women. So HPV, I've said before, mouth to anus and your genitals, both sexes.
Yep. And I invite everyone, I don't know what www.coffeeinto.com. Go to our resources tab. We have links there for the Black Women's Health Imperative. We have a link there for the Lancet, which is a medical periodical. You can get information from them. All right. We have too much access to resources for us to be in the dark, right? We don't have any excuses anymore. No more excuses. We have to be mindful. We have to be proactive. All right.
Moments, what I realize? It's fear. We can't just say fear in general. Yes, long time less fear, but it is a fear of, you see, when people don't have this, we're here having this discussion, we have the brain power. Oh God, I hope I'm saying this right, to process all of this and not be scared.
Right.
But is it to other people? the masses, this is all fear talk. So I'm thinking that we have to find a way to simplify the material, simplify the information that it's easily digested, it doesn't incite fear. Because to this day, people still think once you say cancer, I dead you mean. Like when we found out that my uncle has cancer and it metastasized to his spine or whatever, this man started bawling. And I was like, listen to me. This is just a different phase, a new phase in your life. And yes, you used to walk up and down. Bro, we walk up and down for 80 years. The Lord is saying, stay still. Time to use your hands and your head. Yes, we're going to start finding new things to do. And now he takes his medication religiously. They took out his scrotum, right? And now he cannot walk, and we're not concentrating on that. We're concentrating on other things. So cancer does not have to mean death. And that's what we keep hearing. It's death. You know?
That sentence.
You understand? There is life with cancer and after cancer. Right? So we have to find one way to make this more digestible.
Right.
Because we have to understand everybody have the understanding and know how to process the information the way we do. And it's fear that causes them. It's the crazy fear, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a campaign across the television in Jamaica encouraging men to go and get their annuals, Alexio?
Yeah, man, all the time, especially in these awareness months and so. But I've seen where there's this doctor, his name is Dr. Dawes.
Yes.
The clinic, the clinic that he's attached to, he I think every year he does a mandate where he's the first 100 or the first 1,000 women who step through the door get their breast cancer screening for free. And yeah, and what he even does, if you called in and scheduled the day, and you can't reach because of transportation also, actually get like taxi drivers who will come and get you and bring it to the center. You get what I'm saying? So we need more doctors. I understand that we spent how many years becoming doctors. It was not easy. Some of us still owe student loan, right? So we don't work, it costs enough to reach what we do. But ask yourself, I mean, I thought that teacher, that Sharon, I just say maybe I do somewhere else, somebody I hear my voice. Ask yourself, why did you become a doctor? Was it the money? Was it the prestige to have DR on the front on the name and PhD on the back of MOXQR TV WX on the back? No, right? Was it an innate feeling that you needed to save people, that you needed to take care of people? Because I became a practical nurse because I wanted to take care of my family. I didn't want anyone else to take care of them, to touch them when the time came. So that's why I became what I became. So doctors need to go back to grassroots and say, listen, I think I can give 100 hours. I can give 50 hours for free, right? Because if we believe in the Bible, Jesus Christ gave his whole life for free. So who are we? Can give some time for free. You understand me? My uncle's doctor, Dr. Brown, has been hospital. She's the head of urology up there. That lady has been awesome. He went through the lens for that. There's a program instill, especially for the urological department, where if you're going to have to live with the cancer, your medication is for free. And I have to big ups to her wherever you are, and anybody who are hear this. Tell her, say, Clement, granddaughter, thank you. You understand me? So me I say, doctors out there, if you hear my voice, if you know anybody, yeah, let's rally. We can't just go through life, so let's rally. Because I mean, come on, come on, man. If you did a traffic shoot for 100 and people, 50 people come in, come take advantage of everything, you still win. You still win. You know?
Yeah.
Aye.
Thank you, Alexia. Thank you. Ah, yes. Shared. Um, I there's some information as you're saying that about community. I think the comment about community builds trust in the community too. Burlington Medical Center, Brownstown St. Anne. I know they have a thing each year. They started it about 2 years ago where you can go and get screening. It happens at the lot between they set up a whole thing there. It happens between, if you're in St. Anne, it happens between the Anglican Church, right on Church Street, between the Anglican Church and Burlington. The Burlington Medical Center, they host a health fair where people are able to come out and get screening for various things, right? So take advantage of those. Take advantage of that. And thank you for letting us know about Dr. Dawes's community effort. Did not know about that at all. Didn't know. Thank you for the follow, Brandy Stevens. Did not know. So that's good to know. Thank you. We all love us of Dr. Dawes. Easy on the house. But anyway, let me not ladies behave yourself.
Stop hearing? You hear that, Dr.
Go look him up. He's on Instagram and TikTok.
Yes, hunty. He has the ladies going. Thank you for the follow, Roy.
What's his name?
Dr. Dawes. Dr. Dawes. Oh yes.
He's the PMP arm of the health. What you call it? Health ministry.
He's the opposition. He's the opposition.
I don't mind if him get it. I swear, I don't mind. He has really good mandate.
Dr. Aldaz.
Very good plans.
Dr. Alfred Dawes, but the his handle, the Dr. Dawes on TikTok. Oh Lord have mercy.
Really? Oh, okay. Dr. Dawes.
You should do the workout sessions.
I remember when I came across him I just thought, okay. And you should see the ladies following him. Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
Well, let me go follow him, yeah.
You know what?
I like an eye candy.
Let's do it. If we need to put our faces all over and go to OB-GYN, whatever. If I can't, ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
Listen, we're gonna talk. Docs, we'll talk. We're gonna talk.
That man is going to save breasts and cervix. Him alone can save it for Jamaica. No joke.
Wait, what kind of doctor is he?
He looks like he's a surgeon. It says, I'm looking at his Instagram. It says he's a general laparoscopic and bariatric surgeon. So he's a surgeon.
Oh Jesus! Why?
At first I thought he was a guy, and I was like,
he's handsome. Ooh, I'll take that eye candy.
Hello, Sharon.
Yes.
You know, say me unfollow you. I'm going to unfollow you.
But you started.
But me only say you go look. Me only say you go look, me Sharon. Me never say you go for the good.
You started it. You mentioned his name.
Okay, let me tell you, I will appreciate a fine looking brother. I would never say he ain't fine when he's out. But look, oh my God, look at this. Look at that eye candy.
Girl, it's the same thing with like Dr. Dan. I was like wondering, I wonder if people go to the ER just to go to the ER. People getting buried.
I'm sorry, you open me a mouth at moments. I'm sorry, me open my mouth.
Dr. Dawes, if you are listening, look at the ruckus you're creating over here on TikTok. You have these ladies.
Someone share our
Speak for yourself moment. Speak for yourself.
Share our page to Dr. Dawes.
So share it.
I don't follow him.
So follow him.
So I found him on TikTok too. Don't worry, I'll be following him.
Follow that shit. What you said, Java? What you said?
I have issues at looking at something that I can't touch at times.
But hold on. So wait, no. There's nothing wrong with looking and not touching, right? I mean, sometimes listen, I'm alive. I'm a woman with feelings, right? I can definitely look. I may not be able to touch, but you can't tell me that I can't look.
As what you mean by add him to the medical collective? Are you crazy? If we lose him, you're mad.
Hold on a second. I don't understand how certain people text me after the app. What's his name?
I told
I
y'all
found him.
my kitty cat is on vacation. So if I look
What's
at
the Dr. Sharon? What's his tag? Because my cousin is not helping me right now. What's his tag? I think this is unfair
For
man, if
for the doctor.
for Instagram is
Uh-huh.
the Dr. Dodds.
Okay, the
So
doctor. The
that's his TikTok.
Oh, Jesus have mercy.
That's TikTok.
The people that text me off of the app and say, what's this?
He's hot. This brother is hot. Get it.
Production of Jamaica.
Definitely get it.
Made in
Listen
Jamaica.
Me find no one different one. No, we left the one here. One
get it. Did you just say?
Me find no one. Me find no one different one. Sure.
No, it's okay. I love a good
This
accent.
man is my fantasy. You don't do this to me. Listen, make me try lose weight, you know. Cause he's single, you know. He's single. I say me want to go up there one day and say, sir, me want you bariatrize me.
Did you see the video where he was having a clinic and some old ladies were sitting under a tree? And as he's walking by, one take him on under the that one day. Lord have mercy.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
Jesus.
I will spend some time going through his social media later. I gotta be up all in this eye candy. Thank you.
What did I do? And you started, Alexia. And you started, and me.
You didn't do anything wrong.
You don't know how me feel. You don't know how me feel.
You brightened my day. Thank you so much. That's what you did.
Wait, said John wants to be a sister wife, Tasha.
We didn't send me about sister wives. Maybe somebody else did, but no. We're not doing sister wives, but
Me go sue Dr. Daz for the ruckus them a create for the space.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm too greedy to be a sister anything, sister wife.
You know what is something moments? I know. No, Mark Golding went cause it ruckus last week. When we were disagreeing, me, niece, Adi Soji were disagreeing about something. But when they say, we're late, but we reach with the numbers. So we were talking about Damian Crawford. So we had a ruckus. I think you should tape this one and put it up too.
We need to send it to him. That's what we need to send it over to him. McKinsey say, this is unacceptable.
So ladies, let me just tell y'all something. One of the men in CIT family just texted me Dr. Whatever's website. Didn't y'all hear me say I didn't want to look at the man?
They're looking out for your best interest. You need detection of something.
Send me the website. I'll look at him.
Something needs to be detected.
Send me the website. I'll look at him. I'll revise him for you. I'll take a look and report back. How about that? You ain't gotta do that.
I don't need a report. I'm good.
He has 41. We need to up the followers per Instagram feed. We only have 41,000 followers per Instagram. What are we? But Jam, what are we?
Hold
on a second. Jam, I'm gonna take you on. What are we following quick per Instagram? Utero Solo, quick per Instagram.
I don't follow anybody.
I never said.
Hold on a second. Jam, you are following him on Instagram.
Maybe
I know I'm following him.
Way back when then, because I
know I'm following him.
I follow him everywhere he goes. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere I'm gonna follow him.
I saw a video of him in the past then, because I don't.
You have to make sure I'm all right everywhere I'm going and get the proper views online. I want him to succeed.
Hold on a second. What does me say? Who? Alfred? Yes. Say one, this. Yes, say one. See the video, yeah, I found the video with the old woman. Put the music over it because the music is never used to be there. But yeah, they put the music over that one. Hold on a second. Or hold on. No, it's me. It's me. Sorry, I have the music playing. Sorry. Let me start this one over because
don't look at them, you're not taller than some. Yeah, Dr. Dad, taller than some baby. They're war paper, nobody not take your property, you know. Them just ready, them just a come.
you see what I'm doing to the old woman them?
I saw that video. Maybe that's why I followed him.
Look how Nisa come mash up with now. What you saying?
Well, you know what? He was eye candy until he wasn't anymore because he was doing his blog on his page about women health and I think some kind of corrective surgery or whatever it was. And then I found this clip with him and he was disparaging what was going on in the medical in the hospitals. But when he got into the position, he again started to disparage, but he was part of the problem.
Huh?
So
You're not going to mash up my view of Dr. Dad.
Yeah, he is eye candy, but then he's also, when he opened his mouth, yeah, not eye candy anymore.
Hold on a second. What did he say that you would say he is part of the problem? I don't get that. You're not mash up my little man, so.
Use your words very carefully, niece.
Yeah, but me check him, can't remember.
Because me have to defend the man.
I don't know if it was during COVID or after COVID or before COVID, but COVID name keep calling when him talk, right? It's like he was saying that the doctors were using plastic bags for gloves or some crap like that, right? And at the time, he was a senior person in the hospital. Here's my thing. It was PMP that was in power at the time. So all of a sudden...
When was PMP in power, niece? Hold on. When? During COVID?
So it must be before COVID.
It must be a long time because...
It was before COVID he made a comment.
JLP been in since what? 2020? No, man.
No, I'm saying COVID was 2020, 2019, 2020. So it was before that he made the comment. I don't know who was in power. Let me say that. I don't know who was in power.
JLP was in power.
I don't remember him being a PMP mouthpiece at the time. Apparently when he made it, it wasn't a political report. It wasn't from a political platform that the report was made. It was made from the platform that he worked in the hospital and he was calling out for help. But I'm like, you're in a senior position. Why would you not go through the Ministry of Health and get that resolved for your hospital and the others, as opposed to coming in public and doing it? So he was trying to do it to disparage whoever was in power at the time.
Stick up in right there, niece. Sometimes, let's just be honest, sometimes you go the right channels and you get ignored. And so you have to embarrass people or disparage to get what you want. Unfortunately.
Then you're in the wrong position. Let me lower my voice. Then you're in the wrong position. Because guess what? It's the same way the opposition leader sat in the house beside the prime minister in his position. He could not ask and get support for his community. And his party was in power for 18 consecutive years and nothing was done to the department,
but
to his community.
You have to remember, niece, you have to remember the landscape of Jamaica and politics. But the Dolly House now mash up. The Dolly House now mash up.
I promise you.
There's nothing niece can say to make me hear Dr. Das as much as me and a PNP.
Yeah, as long as he don't open his mouth, I'm all right. When I see what he's doing for females in his practice, yeah, it's a wow.
But when you want me more about politics, it's just embarrassing. It's like, oh.
Me not pay attention to what I say about politics. Me not look
Okay,
at
well, I guess my case then.
He can't say anything he wants about politics. We are here for early detection, which is key. So, what you say? What time of year him have the thing again, Alexia? Because we need to have 1,000 ladies.
And it's breast cancer month.
Breast cancer awareness. That's October.
Whenever it's breast cancer month, he usually has it running the whole month.
Okay.
So why we can't invite him on a platform and ask him to do a little talk?
And I'm here for the eye candy.
We could, and I think he would
No,
have.
me not invite him because Nisa got tackling about
No,
politics.
just tell him to don't bring the politics into it.
Oh, that would be funny.
No, just say no politics.
Me not want this. Me not bring him on if he needs to take him on. Me have to protect him.
Sometimes we have to bring them the fire to bolster them up. Invite him. Put him right here, so. Put him right here, so between me and him and Sharon and Ja. Yeah,
and Rosolo.
And Rosolo and Keith.
Hold on there, Mr. President. I hope you know that if ever Dr. Dawes accepts our invitation, you know, so you have to go down the audience too.
Hey, Sharon, if he comes, then we'll all be on camera. I'm like,
I would do my hair just for that.
The place mash up. Well, listen, Mr. President, just say yes. I will volunteer to go down. Can no thing. Somebody, me myself will go down and get somebody else the stage because I will not yield to temptation for yielding in sin. Lord of mercy. Alexia. Hold on, let me catch my breath a little bit. Why? Jesus.
Drink liquor water, on the drink, hydrate.
I should get a red balloon and pop it while you're at it. Lord of mercy. I'm not gonna lie though, Jamaica has some fine doctors. Me don't know where they come from. And you know when you see them, carnival time. Lord of mercy. Me don't know which part them when I hide. But they got some fine doctors down there. That's all I must say. Oh, Lord of mercy. Oh, Jesus. Yes.
Me say they have some little young one that come up in them manners, you see? No, I'm not lie. Me up at hospital last week with my uncle at change him catheter. And me just a question him out. When the man done me, I say, sir, one more thing. So. I'm gonna say, yeah, man, really, and just talk to me nice. I mean, I say, why me have to be 40? Because this other Kruger move right here. So no, say I'm 20 something, you know. And I say, I could have teach you little doctor something about the world, you know.
Jesus, he might teach you.
You understand?
As he says, if we make Denzel the Secretary of Health, America will be the #1 healthiest country. You know what?
I agree.
I have to agree.
Yes, exactly. RFK is not qualified at all, so we may as well, even put a more reasonable, unqualified person in there than him, right? Right? Say yes.
You're going to leave me Joel alone. Lord of mercy. What segment we in again? Hold on there. I forget. What is segment? Oh, Health and Science News. And that was a Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Lord have mercy. You see what I want to do to the dolly? Alexia, may I send you the bill? All right. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. I don't know what Jagan drink some water. Believe it or not, news. Dad arrested for leaving a 10-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 1-year-old at a McDonald's hospital. Jesus. Hold on there. Let me get myself together. You see you, Alexia. You see you, Alexia. Jesus, have mercy.
You're right.
I've been all discombobulated. Miss a married woman, please. Please don't do that again. Lord. Okay, ladies. Okay, let's get it together, folks. So, a dad was arrested for leaving his three children at a McDonald's alone, ages 10, 6, and 1. Article courtesy of NBC at DFW. So, a Georgia man was arrested after leaving his three young children unsupervised at a McDonald's for 1 hour and 42 minutes. This is according to a police report obtained by Today.com. Chris Lewis, 24, dropped off his children, ages 10, 6, and 1, at a McDonald's with an indoor play place on March 22nd. Police were called after a fellow patron who was dining with his family noticed they were unattended. The witness told police he saw Lewis ordering food for the children at around 4:30 p.m. and noted that Lewis left the restaurant, came back, and then left again. When Lewis returned to McDonald's around 6:18 p.m., officers took him into custody, and when he was later charged with deprivation of a minor, Lewis told authorities that he had walked to the restaurant with his children from his apartment, but didn't want to make them walk back while he was at a nearby job interview. He also stated that he did not own a car. According to a new police report filed on April 2, Lewis's 10-year-old told an officer that her father frequently left them alone. According to the police report, the children were picked up by their mother and Lewis was transported to the Webster Detention Center. Child Protective Services was notified and an incident report was made. I'm not saying what he did was right, but what I see here is an opportunity for a village to step up. You sat there and you observed a situation. You could have gone to this family, or you could have gone over to him and offered assistance. You could probably have suggested to him that he ask somebody there to keep an eye because he can't take them to the interview. What I see here is a man trying. It's a big mistake, yes, Ozzy, but I see a man trying. And instead of us reaching out to offer assistance, we make matters worse. Now, this man, I don't know if he has a record. Well, if he didn't have one, he has one now. Do you know how much harder it is going to be for him to take care of his family? And we talk about the village. We need a village. Now, why they weren't left with the mother? Chances are the mother was out working too. Chances are.
Moments. So, you know, my offices used to be in a mall. You don't know how many parents I see in the morning dropping their children to the mall and don't come back and pick them up until late in the evening.
How old are the children?
Does it matter?
Yes, it matters.
Why?
Because what if they're 13, 14? Children hang out at the mall all the time in groups.
But aren't you responsible for a 13 and a 14-year-old?
Yes, you are. But I was saying I've seen parents drop off children at the mall to go to the movies. Teenagers, they're in groups. But go ahead, carry on.
On all day. I'm not saying to go to the movies. I'm saying from the time I walk into my job in the morning until the time I'm leaving my job in the evening, said children are still there. So I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but is there an age limit where you should drop your children off or not? I was a latchkey kid, so I understand. But nowadays, things are different. So I'm just throwing that out there.
So what are you, okay, so you can't just leave us hanging like that, Jazz. So what would you say? Because clearly for people, let's say they're 12, right? And the parents drop them off there all day. What can we deduce from that situation? especially if they drop them off there every day. It means that they can't afford aftercare.
A lot of times it's in the summertime. So you know the kids are out of school, but I'm just mirroring it to say that it could be the same situation. They don't have anywhere to send their kids during the summer. They don't want to leave their kids at home like latchkey, like our parents used to do. So where you drop them? Libraries, malls, movie theaters. But then here's what happened. Those same children that are left there, sometimes it causes issues. Sometimes there's fights. Sometimes there's this. So you see the correlation I'm trying to make? Okay.
Well, I don't know what to tell the parents to do with their children then, because it's not, I don't know. We can highlight the situation, but we need to offer a solution. What's the solution? What do we do with the children? You leave them at home. Hold on one second, niece. You leave them at home, because I remember when I was living in Atlanta, there was a young lady who lived in our subdivision. And she said it pains her heart to go into the homes of two working parents who cannot afford a babysitter, who cannot afford to put their children in some aftercare program where there's supervision. So, and these are children who are 10 and 11. And neighbors call defect on the children. They go in there, the homes are in mint condition. There's no lack in the home. Everything is in order. Children clean. You can see that they're cared for, but they have to remove the children because the children are left alone. What is the solution? What is the answer? Go ahead, niece. Sorry, go right ahead.
So to answer your question, the first thing is being responsible. For the gentleman who took his kids to the fast food joint and left them there, I'm sure if he had just said to the waiter, somebody in there, say, hey, I will be right back. I'm just going to run across to my house and come back.
To his interview. He went on a job interview.
If he had said that to somebody in there, can you give me an hour while I leave and come back to my kids? They would have said yes, or they would have said no. Yeah? At least he made an attempt.
And if they said no, what would he do next? Call the job and say, I can't. Oh, jeez.
Then call the baby mother and say, listen, I have an interview. Can you take them? Can you ask a family member to hold them just for an hour?
Niece, let me
where
stop
is
you,
all of his
Hold
family?
on a second. We are speaking from a place of privilege. Let's be frank. We are speaking from a place of privilege. There are some people who don't have none of that. None of that. Literally, none.
Okay. So every school has a PTA. You go to PTA, you meet all kind of parents. People who you never talked to before, you talk to them because of your kids. You want them to say, him couldn't find nobody next door, somebody within the school community. As I said, call him baby mother and say, hey, I have an appointment I have to go to. Can you hold the kids? If you can't hold the kids because you're at work, can you get somebody else to hold them for me for 1 hour?
Niece?
Yeah? At least.
Hold on a second, Alexia. Niece, now tell you right now, you, me, we are speaking. If I were to say, I'd be speaking from a place of privilege because because I have access, right? But everybody don't have it as simple as we look at it. Everybody not have what we think. Everybody,
hold on.
Go on, carry on.
Let me finish. I'm saying there's a difference between him attempting to do that and not getting through and doing what he did. Yeah? When I remember, I think it was in last year, there's a mall or a couple malls in Atlanta right now. They issued statements, no kids unattended under the age of 18. And I remember laughing and saying to myself, what the hell is that? Why would they do that? He said, they're down there running amok. So now that somebody just mentioned a while ago that this is what the parents are doing, they have all this built up energy. They live in apartments. They just take them to the mall and tip them off and, go about their day. No, it makes sense to me because back then and up to now, it never made sense. Why would a mall say no kids under 18 unless you're with your parents? So they have a choice. They can, if you're going to take them to the mall, okay, fine. Go and sit down in the mall and wait until they run up and down and run off their energy. Go sit with them. But to just go and tip them off there?
Moments.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Mr. President. Nisa, may I ask you a question? We used to go to the library. Our parents used to drop us off at the library.
Then tip we off like Marl. Of course.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. President. Mr. Prez.
As much as I understand what Nisi is trying to say, that is not the reality of a lot of parents here in America.
No.
It's not the reality. And as much as he did something wrong, I could understand. He give them something to eat. He say, you know, by the time they finish eating and playing, the little hour would be up. I'll rush back here. I'll have them before somebody recognizes what's going on. I don't think in his mind he was even thinking that, oh, he should tell somebody. As a matter of fact, he probably didn't even want anybody to be noticed they're unattended. The gentleman that called the police probably just happened to notice that. But in his mind, he's not thinking that. He's just thinking probably, I'll quickly run to this interview and I'll run back here. It's, you know, at least they have a certain level of security here in his presumption. And that's what it is. And the context from which Nice is speaking is a privileged context. That's the Caribbean context. Nobody not holding your child for you to go to work in America. You don't live in your child in nobody's house for the whole day. The neighbor is not checking on them for you. It's not happening here. Even if they could do it, nobody don't want that burden. Nobody not taking their chances.
This is a selfish society.
In the Caribbean, daycare was non-existent back in the day because the whole village was aunties and uncles and grandmothers and everybody. Everybody related to everybody. So even if you leave your house open, by the way, to go to town and rain start falling, somebody go in and close the windows for you. You don't even ask who closed the window because it was so normal. It's not happening now. And I feel sorry for especially single parents or struggling parents in America. This is the state of the country now is such that two working parents cannot even afford daycare. Two working parents.
Facts.
Listen, this is not as easy as it seems, you hear? And the thing is, you don't want to tell nobody to alert nobody that you're probably not there. Or it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot to pack. Remember, this guy probably loaded because he's probably stressed. Bills are coming up. He can't pay it. He don't have no job. Somebody finally called to give him an opportunity to get a job. And he was like, yes, finally, I'll be able to help my spouse or whatever. Let me try to. It's my turn to hold the kids. But guess what? I run across for an hour or two, an hour and a half, a little hour. I'll be back as soon as possible. They're going to be all right. You know, I'll take that chance. And he probably knew it was wrong. But he had to take a chance because you don't have no money to put them where you need to put them.
And here's
So we have to give him grace.
Here's the thing too, Mr. President. And the family sit down and watch him. He left the restaurant, he came back to check on them, and he left again. That family could have stepped up. You observe that. You could have stepped up and say, you know what, everything okay? You want me to keep an eye on them for you? The wife
They stayed there the entire time. The entire time they stayed there observing to ascertain that he's not there, to call the police, to give the police explanation and all this stuff like that. And I'm not saying what he did was right. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes people in between a rock and a hard place. I'm telling you.
Julie put in the chat, the mother was at work. And we have to understand, Denise, and we can tell you this, from supervising people, and HR is not there for employees. Let's get that straight. They're about the company. When people have exhausted their time at work because of illness, the illness of their children, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Not everybody will have a supervisor or a manager who will advocate for them and have their back. We don't know if the mother had the time to get off work, to call out. This to me looks like a low income situation. They're trying their best. They're trying to do what they can. Sijili put in the chat, the mother was at work. They had to wait until she got off work. So our job wasn't even releasing her for go for our picnic them. And it's a country that cares. Her job. There are jobs, niece, that will when the people them go to them boss and say my picnic sick the school, call me, then tell them so they cannot leave. And this is America we are working at. It's the reality of the situation. Especially if you're an hourly employee, dog near me supper. There are so many mothers who are stressed out. They have no one. They have relatives who tell them so they now watch you picnic them. I have lived it with my employees. So we sit here, we are damned privileged. I know I was damn privileged. Me know that. But both here in this country and in Jamaica, we had family. When my children were back in Jamaica, they never went to daycare. Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Why? There was a helper or two. As a matter of fact, if my mother had to be out on business and she gone past spelling bee or whatever, one helper is there 24/7, dedicated to them. When I was a child, if I wasn't at my father's business or with my mother, at my grandmother, or at home with a helper, never going supervision. That's a privilege. Here in the States, my children, never unsupervised. It's not privilege. We always had family. It's not pretty. We have that access. A lot of people don't have it. And we sit here and say, so what happened to family? You know, understand, niece, in this country, family, what name so? What is family? You see your family once in a blue moon when there's a funeral. It's a broken society in this country and it fosters the brokenness. It's a selfish community. It is. Everybody's busy making ends meet. It's hard. I tell you, what he did was not right. But I understand why he did it. In his mind, he was making the best judgment call. In his mind, you know what? Why I said that? He looked at McDonald's as a safe space to leave his child or his children. He felt that his children would be safe there because it's a public space. He felt that his children would have been protected there. That's why he made that judgment call. Me tell you something now. My father always said, you know, to be poor is a crime, and it's true. To be poor is a crime. You get the shitty end of the stick. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. You want the job, and who to tell him? Probably not. Probably he did call people, and nobody. The man not even have a car. I want the man walk with a tree picnic them. He walk. I feel it for him. I feel it for them. He was trying. And if him did leave him picnic them at McDonald's, if he go smoke or do other illicit things, I think I'd have a different view. But he left it. He left them there because he's trying to do right by his family. I feel it for him. A poor judgment call in our eyes because we have the privilege to do differently. Not him.
I hope the judge that he goes in front of can see reason. To be honest, there's this judge on YouTube that I don't know if you guys ever look it up, where he's like, the things that people, especially, you know, black people, are getting arrested for is foolishness, and then he will drop charges on that, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this to say that yes, Jamaica, there's a cushion, but that cushion is slowly disappearing. Because when I was in the hotel industry, I've seen young girls want to work and them turn up on the interview with baby. And the security won't let them in. And them call HR and HR come round. Right? Listen now, HR come round and say, come. Are you frightened for girl on a HR hotel me I talk about? Hotel na ramp is scrutinized. Hotel, the baby, they're on a HR in a hotel. And the manager for the hotel come down and see it. And instantly the girl get the job. Because she tried, even though she have the baby. Yeah? They realized that she wanted to work. You get me? So the man probably feels it. And you know what? Him probably get the call there all one good hour before him to reach the interview, you know, because them love do that, you know. Call you and say, oh, can you turn up 2 o'clock? And when you look at the time at 1 o'clock, you know. So that make it even worse for him, you know. So him know say, him probably know say McDonald's isn't 100% safe. But it was just a better choice of the two evil. The house probably way more further away from where he's having the interview.
But not only that, Alexa, what if he had left them at home and then there's some
Fire
accident?
or something. Exactly. So he, as I said, rock on a hard place. Rock on a hard place. And now, as he say, it go harder for him get a job because now him have a record. Look at that.
Yeah. They've just made his life worse. I remember when I used to work at a private college. And as an advisor and as an admissions advisor. And I remember a young lady set up an interview with her, and I called her because she wanted to become a medical assistant. I called her, set up the interview with her. Come the day of the interview, no, I called again to remind her of the time. She said, I'm going to have to cancel. I don't have nobody to watch my baby. I said, how old is the baby? She said 3 years old. I said, bring the baby. It was against rules, but me never care. I said, bring the baby, bring the food, bring whatever, and come. This young lady wanted to change her life. She don't have no high school diploma, so I was able to have her sit and do an exam, right? I held that baby for her. And me carry on my work. And me and the baby conducted other interviews. We need more people with hearts to reach out and help people who are trying, not condemn them. And this is what this family sat in McDonald's. Watch this man carrying pitney them, buy food for them, put them for sit down, leave, come back and check on them and leave again, all pan foot. But you know, there's a silver lining. God bless the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown, who created a GoFundMe for Lewis. He said the story caught him by surprise. This happened in Georgia. He said, I know he shouldn't have left his kids, but some people just don't have the means for babysitting. May God bless you, Antonio, because may I tell you, be rough out the road. I think herein lies an opportunity because we can't rely on government. Government not going to step in. I think herein lies an opportunity for folks who have the means to do so, to set up a not-for-profit daycare that people can bring their children to go to interviews, to go take care of their business. Must be something constructive. Nothing got drink and lele and ray and tay. If it is for you to go to school, if it is for you to go on that job interview, if it means a tie over until you get your first paid check, we need people who have the wherewithal, who have the means to step up and create those opportunities because there are desperate situations out there. Non-judgmental. We need it.
We had, when I first came to Houston, there was this place that had 24-hour daycare. I was shocked because I never would have even thought of anyone having the idea of doing that in New York. But they had it here in Houston. 24-hour daycare. And I believe it was Texas Children also had a 24-hour medical thing. That was a clinic, not an ER. It was a clinic when I first came here to Houston. But the 24-hour daycare was very exciting to me, because especially as someone that is lower income, sometimes you can only get a night job, cleaning buildings, cleaning hotels, but you don't have anywhere to leave your children, and you don't have to leave them at home. You can bring them to the daycare. I need to check and see if they still have that, especially since I gave up most of my volunteering stuff. Maybe I can do that.
You know, you remember that movie that Tyler Perry put out, Good Deeds?
Yes, I remember that. She used to bring her children.
And put her daughter in the janitor closet because she could not afford to pay somebody to watch her child. And somebody saw the child and called DFAX, and they took the child, and he stepped up because he was unaware of the situation, but he created a scenario for her to get the child back because she lost her apartment, the money she was saving up to pay her rent because she was on eviction that she had stuffed into her mattress, and the landlord had tossed her out anyway, and somebody took the money out of the mattress, and she was on her face. They were living in the van. Somebody noticed them in the van, got called. Let me tell you something.
And let me tell you, when you go to some of these supermarkets in the evening, there are so many people living in their cars.
Yes.
And it's a shame. And even, you know me, I'm usually the last one leaving my offices. A lot of those people, they bring their teenagers with them. Their teenagers are actually helping them clean up. And I know these babies aren't getting paid. But what can you do? But these are the same people that we want to throw out because apparently we're pilfering
Children
of I don't know what.
I don't know.
I hope that it's a great attorney and the person that he interviewed with will actually even come and maybe support him. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
No, I was saying you these situations tell you how healthy your country is, and I'm not talking health in your medical health, because in the most progressive places, in the countries that really look after the citizens, there are mechanisms in place to ensure that these things don't happen. There are government-sponsored programs to ensure that you get the best out of people. And I could guarantee you, take half a day, stand in any major city in this America, and interview single parents who is working and have one kid or more, and just listen to their struggles. There are people who is working where the daycare is taking a larger percentage of the take-home pay than food, than anything else, except rent. How you expect a minimum wage earner to pay transportation, pay rent, buy food, take care of the kid properly, and still pay $300, $400, $500 a week in daycare? That is madness. That is madness. And the percentage of people that is subsidized because there are people, or they're subsidizing some of the charities and so on. But that should not be left to that. That should just to supplement what the government have, how you set up your environment. If that young lady had to wait till after work to go to her kids, imagine if she had left the job now because she's saying, listen, I have to go because it's my kids. What if she left the job and she lose her job also? Now he in jail, she jobless. Next week they evicted. Who is going to help them?
Nobody.
Anyhow.
Nobody. So in the article, further down, it says, of course, I did mention that Brown Antonio Brown, started the GoFundMe, and he has reassured him that they will get the funds to Chris and his family. Many people on social media are rallying behind Lewis, expressing support and sympathy for the challenges many parents face in balancing work obligations with the need for childcare. The arrest has also sparked discussions about the flaws in the justice system. This case sheds light on the struggles faced by those trying to improve their lives without a reliable support system. While leaving young children alone is a safety risk with legal consequences, it also raises important questions about the challenges many parents face when balancing job opportunities and childcare. Well, you know what I said? Maybe if everybody take them young child to work, now state by state. I know 80 you had said over here on YouTube that in his state, which I think is Nevada, 13 years alone is the legal age at which you can leave a child, right? It varies from state to state. You know what I mean, sir? It's like how the congressman carry our baby go the other day, go to the work. How about everybody carry them picnic and work with them? Not just on the day when you have bring your child to work. No, everybody carry them picnic to work. Let's see if that will create a shift, raise an awareness.
Moment, you know what's so interesting about that? So here in Houston, we also have employers that allow people to bring their animals to work, but you can't bring your baby to work.
As he says, next time somebody asks why I don't have any children, I will send them the expenditure sheet. I can't blame him. I can't blame him.
And the animals are everyday moments. This is not just one day. It's every day you come to the job, you can bring your animal with you.
But you can't bring the children. Listen, you know, I do reflect on the days in Georgia, in our community. Our house, I guess, was the point. And I was home. I was home. So our neighbors just, hey, can I drop off? Sure, no problem. No problem. Our backyard, we had a basement which was supposed to be Marlon's basement. He got evicted real quick. That was supposed to be his man cave. Real quick, he got evicted. And when parents want to find them children, they were with us. From the basement to the backyard, basement to back. And then I remember, don't forget Miss Valerie, our neighbor, our immediate neighbor. She would be on her balcony looking out on the children too. Never, but not many communities operate like that, where you can have somebody who is home, who is happy to watch the children and make sure they're okay.
I want to brag a little bit.
Brag on, let's hear it.
Because back then I saw them as informers, but now I'm thinking, okay, we were very protected because there were persons. So we used to walk home from school when we were allowed, right?
When we were allowed, is right.
When we were allowed. And it's like, thinking about it now, all of a sudden, all of the elders were sitting on their patio or their veranda looking out. Some of them would even call you and say, hey, come and take a fruit off of the tree. So, and phones were not as prevalent then. But it's like every time you pass somebody's yard, they're on the veranda and you have to call to them. So that was probably a way of them saying, okay, fine, yeah, she just passed me. Yeah, she just passed me. She's fine. She's on her way. She just passed. We were checked on discreetly without us even knowing. But again, that was a community getting involved. And it's hurtful to think that this man had nobody that he could have called on, whether it's friend or foe. And typically, it's somebody who you don't know that helps you. You know? Yeah, they could beat us. And you can't go home and talk either because you're going to get more beaten on top of it. You're so right, Azzy. But yeah, we were very, thanks to our African history, we were protected by our ancestors indirectly and directly. So yeah, I'm just bragging a little bit on that.
We can brag on that, niece, and niece is right because we used to. It was a group of us out of the same, as one long street. So it was, I think, your cousin first at the top of the street. Then we go down. Then it was another family. Then moved down more. Then me. Then the rest, the bulk of you were down across from each other further down. Yeah. When we were allowed, indeed. That was big things when I get to walk home. What?
And then the birthday parties, when we thought the birthday parties were about us, no, it was for a way of the parents get to know each other and know who's the parent of which child. We were used.
Those were the days. So I saw a comment here where Mr. Elevations is asking, are we saying that our employer should take responsibility for our children? We're not saying that, but interestingly enough, Mr. Elevations, we're from Jamaica. Well, some of us here. I'm from Jamaica, where we're classified a third world country. We like to say a developing country. But interestingly enough, you have companies in Jamaica that do provide daycare free of cost to their employees because they want to know that there is peace of mind. And this is a first world country and they can't even do that. But it can be done in a third world country. That tells you how this country cares about humanity. Companies in third world countries provide daycare free of cost for their employees. I remember I was working with one particular financial institution at the time when I moved to Kingston. They had a daycare, a standalone facility for the daycare. The children, and I was working at headquarters. The children who were older would come and they would be downstairs in the cafeteria. That was the holding area for all their children. And everybody kept an eye. Children would come up on the floor, depending on which floor their parents work on. We knew we knew whose children they were. The cafeteria staff would look out for these children. Third world country. Sense of community. It was a village mindset. Then I remember when another institution, which came up in the 90s, they have their headquarters at the time behind where my financial institution was. On the third floor, they had a nursery. So after 3 months, when people come back to work, because in third world countries, we get maternity leave, paid maternity leave. We didn't have to rely on PTO, accrued vacation, accrued sick time. It is mandatory. As long as you are a full-time employee, you get 3 months full paid maternity leave. If you're a part-time employee, you get 2 months full paid maternity leave. And if you want the third month, you get that without pay. However, upon returning to work, this particular financial institution had a nursery where they hired a nurse and sitters. You bring your child, and it was free of cost to the employees. You bring your child, take your child to the nursery. If you wanted to continue to breastfeed your child, you could do so. You just go up, breastfeed your child, and go back to work. In a third world country, they did not only think about profits for themselves and lining the pockets of executives, but they thought about their employees. Because you see, when you take care of your employees, you're taking care of your company. Third world country. Let that sink in for a second. And it can't be done in a first world country. If you want the most out of your employees, that's something my father taught me. Take care of the people who work for you, and they will take care of you. Trust and believe that. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. And I do subscribe to what you're saying because I feel the exact same way. I was in private practice for 15 years before I transitioned out to locums. And I can't tell you how many times I had my employees bring their kids. They
Stick
had
up
to go
in
pick up
Dr.
the
Sharon.
kids.
Tell them what locums is. That's like a travel. Go ahead. Explain
Yeah,
to them
so
what locums.
locums. So I transitioned out of private practice because of really burnout. So I am actually currently in Middle America on a locums assignment. So locums is that I go into areas of need and take care of patients. So even like right now, I'm staying in an Airbnb with my non-paying expensive
Leave my baby alone.
person. And I take care of people in these communities where don't have any doctors. Like one of the community that I'm in right now, they have one entire doctor and two nurse practitioners for the entire community. Right. So you'd have someone on call 24/7 every weekend. So they rely on locums to come in and fill in. And I do. I mean I have patients that I take care of. I've done just using my skills, and they're testing my skills right now. Because I have a very critical patient I admitted 2 days ago now. She's just beginning to turn a corner. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what I do. But anyway, when I was in private practice, I had a staff. I had staff. So it's I can't tell you how many times I had my employees bring their kids to work. Sometimes A, they didn't have time to take off. Number two, they couldn't afford to take the time off. Or even sometimes I get a call from school, something happened that I had to go pick the kid. I'm like, yeah, you can use the break room, use the back office, just, whatever. Just because I just think it's, I mean, how can we not care about people? So I feel for this young man. I feel for him because he was trying to do the right thing. I feel for him. And I hope this for him does not mean the end, but I hope someone actually look at this as him really trying to do the best for his children. But I feel for him, and it just tells me that we suck in this country when it comes to child care, postpartum care. Because actually, even I have a patient that had to readmit postpartum. She has the two babies with her. She brought her babies with her, and we're like, okay, I'm like, but we're playing with the babies. We're like, we're playing with the babies. Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's we do a very poor job in this country with two things particularly. One is childcare. It's just really very, very expensive. And number two is the maternity care for women. If I could say just from even a woman's health perspective, the things that we really need to improve, because if you think that this doesn't affect the health of a woman, it does. Right? Because you can't think straight if you don't think your kids are being taken care of. Right? If you're in a hospital and your baby, your 1 week baby, 1 week old baby is at home, and you can't go because I can't let you go. You're not resting. Your mind is not at ease. You're not comfortable. right? So we do a poor job of taking care of moms and kids. And that's the one thing we really have to work on improving in this country. But I feel for that young man, I feel for him because he's trying to do the right thing. Yeah. Let me go find who did the GoFundMe because I'm gonna go contribute to it because
Antonio Brown, wide receiver for the Steelers. Yeah, Antonio Brown. He created the GoFundMe for Lewis.
yeah, because he's trying to do the right thing. You know, and instead of us, you know, prosecuting and persecuting him, we should be helping him.
You know what, Dr. Sharon, the problem I find with many countries, many governments, is that they are reactive, not proactive. People have to be in predicaments before they recognize that there is an issue. It gets to the point sometimes where there is the unaliving before they are ready to address a need, a concern. And we need to do a better job as citizens when the politicians come to us campaigning, wanting our votes. We need to start asking the hard questions, presenting the scenarios that need to be addressed. And if them tell us, say, yes, I'm going to take care of it, hold them accountable. Too often, they come to us for the votes and then turn them back on way when them get through. And we do nothing.
Yeah.
I will task us as citizens to do a better job. We here on Coffee Too we talk about the village so much because I guess that's where we grew up in. We grew up in the village. And the village was, as Nee said, the neighbors on the veranda.
Lord, you couldn't do anything.
Right? You're walking past certain business places that need snow. Where we come from, everybody know everybody within the community. Them know when you reach one gas station. Them know when you pass a particular gas station. Them know when you pass this your business place, that the business place, because everybody knew everybody. So you couldn't farm fool. Your parents know if you stop X, Y, and Z, the village, everybody will watch you. And it was really about looking out for you. Where my father's mother used to live, my grandmother used to live in the town. You have to pass this, sir, if you're walking, depending on which side of the road you're on. And she would sit on her veranda, which is way down, and look up. You're right, niece. People would constantly be looking out. We need the village back. We need the village. We need to start looking out for each other, caring about each other. The selfish attitude that we have, where we don't know who live on our right or who live on our left or who live in front of us or who live behind us. Come on, man. Come on. I really have to give God thanks for the two communities that we have lived in. The one up in Georgia. When we first moved to Georgia, it's so funny, met another Jamaican because we were living in an apartment complex before we moved up to the subdivision. There was a sense of community right there too. Other people, I don't know, we must have had a magnet for other people picnic, or people just know that their children would be safe with us. Down here where we live, we have families around us too. We know who is around us. We look out for each other. Go ahead, Ja.
We also have to dispel the fear. Just because a couple of people may have said no, doesn't mean you should stop asking for help if you need help. Because sometimes I know I used to be that way. I'll ask one or two people, and if I don't get an answer, then that's just it. I'm not going to do it anymore. We have to make that decision to find the help we may need. It may not come when you need it, but that doesn't mean that it won't come at all.
That's what I was saying, right? Exactly what y'all was saying. That it is so important that he had asked. If he had attempted to ask a few questions, because even he asked and didn't get the help and still left. Because how could you leave your child like that in that situation? It must have been heartbreaking for him to do that. Yeah.
That one, I would not have brought any attention in McDonald's. He might have asked for help prior to getting to McDonald's, but if I had to take them to McDonald's, I would not have asked anybody in the McDonald's, because that's just pointing out something that I'm taking to do.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, niece. Go ahead.
I mean, going back to the.
I can't hear you. Where you gone? Which part you gone?
Whenever it's on chargers, does that. Okay. But I hope and I pray that the judge, if he or her does anything, it involves not time in jail, but counseling. And give him the resources that he needs to be a better parent to his kids and to help him on how to live his life. Because he has to get the information as to places that he can call and contact for help. The same thing with that lady that I think it was in California. I don't know where she was. I don't remember where she was homeless. She was living in her car and her child died from exposure. I've not seen anything since that where the opportunity was used to say to parents, here are the opportunities that are out there. Here are the places that you can call and contact in the event of. I yield.
Thank you, niece. So, Alec, thank you everyone for the follows. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining the community of Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. Alec, you said here, because some of us are too proud to ask for help, and that's why the Bible says pride before destruction. Yes, there are some of us who are proud, and the unfortunate thing about it, and I want to highlight something there, Alec, is that people have been insulted, denigrated, brought to shame just because they ask for help. And because they don't want, experience is a heck of a thingy, because they don't want to experience that again, they swallow their pride and say, you know what, I'll just go through. Which again speaks to us and our humanity. When somebody comes to us for help, how are we treating them? Are we disgracing them? Are we mocking them? If we can help, are we able to help? And if we can't, do we just quietly let them know we're not in a position to help and leave it right there? Or after we tell them, no, we can't help, we have to go slander them, name left, right, and center? It's an all-around effort. Folks, ask for help. Ask. And for those of you who can help, please. It would make life so much easier for parents. And don't think so because it's a two-parent household that life is easy. No, it's not. No, it is not. It's not easy out there. Sometimes two-parent households only have one person working. Because when them run the numbers, it don't make sense for the wife or the partner go out there and work just to take the check and turn it over just for a good name. So they make the decision, you know what? One of us gonna stay home. The one who earns more will go out there. And so, yes, that is why you will see situations where the men are the ones staying home because the women are able to garner more income. People have to make the best decisions for their situations. But if we brought the village mentality back, it would be better. It would be better. We need support systems in place families, friends, neighbors, communities. There was a time, I don't know if it still happens, where some churches, but then again, the churches have changed their focus and the audacity of SAP to really contact foolishness that people are idiot. But anyway, let me not digress. There some churches used to open their doors where children could come and stay there free of cost, and the parents would come and pick them up from there. I don't know if that's a thing anymore because churches have become a business place now. Some churches do have daycare, but you have to pay them just like you have to pay somebody else. It's a business.
Boy, look like we have to go open up one creech, you know, cause and call the CIT creech to help out people. You don't think so? Make it
Girl.
low, it for low income people. Are serious?
So we
Low
can't,
income.
but we empty, we can't pour from an empty cup. We have to fill up the cup to pour.
So we have to go start donation now, one donation drive. I know. In a serious light, seriously, I don't know why childcare is so expensive in America. Like why? You understand me? I mean, Jamaica not so bad, you know. You have an overnight creech them at Jamaica, no? Where your picnic can stay there for the whole week, you go feed for your day off. You didn't know that?
I didn't know. That's news to me. I didn't know.
Yeah, man, you have an overnight creature. You have some people that work out, like some bartender working in one different parish. And then nobody for left them kids with. So then
it's
just
like boarding, right? It's like they board the child.
boarding for babies.
Boarding for babies. Okay.
Yeah. So you left your picnic there, and when you get your time off, you go collect your kid and thing like that. Yeah. For real.
First me hear that. That's nice though.
Good.
Yes. Then call it creech.
I like that.
Yeah. There was one, and it's usually a whole family that's doing it. The one that I'm familiar with here in Salem on the main, it was done by the Johnsons, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. So their house is just a pure picnic over there. So picnic.
We need help. Oh, we need help. We need to be able to. We need help. We need help. And so for those of you just coming into Coffee and Toe, thank you so much for joining us on YouTube as well as here on TikTok. We appreciate you. We're talking about the gentleman who left his 3 children at McDonald's to go for a job interview. He purchased food for them, left them there, came back, checked on them, left again. And we're talking about the dire situation that parents are facing, the choices that they have to make. Here is a gentleman who was looking for a job and had no one to leave the children with. And the mother, when there was a family who was observing what was going on, and chose to call the police instead of approaching the man to see if they could offer assistance. Even though police and child protective services showed up, reached out to the mother could not even leave her job early to come and collect the children. CPS had to stay with the children. And that speaks to the fabric of our society. Imagine me as a boss. You come to me, niece, and say, listen, I just got a call about my children. And I look at you and tell you, well, your shift ends at 5 o'clock. It's only 2 o'clock. Imagine that. Or I said to you, it's only 11 o'clock. Your shift ends at 5. What does that say about me? Granted, as a boss, I can pick up my bag and leave if something happens to my children, right? It's called selfishness. It's called selfishness. I need companies to revise the structure that they have, the HR policies. This issue where people can easily lose their jobs when it comes to things beyond their control. Illness. If you run out, oh Jesus, if you run out of, okay, first of all, let me back up. So some companies, you're on a probationary period, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Try not get sick. Trying to make no harm to you within those 90 days. If you're sick, you better come on the hospital bed with the IV in your arm. Because if you call out within those 90 days, you can lose your job. Because the HR policy says you cannot be absent for 90 days. Your pitney could have sick. Mama could have dead and alive. Then care. You have to be there. Now, let us say you have passed the 90 days and you're accruing sick time, vacation time, and so on and so forth. If you have a child that is sickly, or you yourself have health issues, and you have exhausted your earned time off, and you have to be out of work, there's a point system that starts to accumulate on you. When you get to a certain number of times, you get what is called a verbal, and you have to sign off. Are your health better about it? Then you accumulate more points, and now you get a written. And then you accumulate more points because you don't have the accrued time off, and it gets to a final. And then you accrue more points again, and it gets to what is called termination. And I get it. We live in a capitalist society. Why should your problems be my concern? I get it. But you see, if we don't change some things about us as a people, put humanity back in the equation, we'll never be healed. We'll never be better. We'll never be able to move forward. Just says, it happened in my office, and they ask people to donate their time to the sick employees so that they can get paid. That's humanity. That right there is humanity. We need, I don't know. Lord of mercy. We're going to have to add this to tomorrow, Dr. Sharon. Nursing influencers, COD revealed.
You see it?
Yeah, nursing
Yeah,
influencers, COD.
yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
Revealed after she unalived due to complications from childbirth of first child. So she's a nursing influencer. Her name is Haley Okula. She passed away March 29 after she went into cardiac arrest after giving birth to her son, whom she and her husband Matt welcomed through IVF. Matt shared the news of her sudden tragic passing in an Instagram post paying tribute to his late wife, who was also known as Nurse Haley to her 425,000 Instagram followers. Speaking to Fox 11 LA News Los Angeles about Haley's passing, Matt revealed that her COD was an amniotic fluid embolism. Huh? A rare complication that caused her cardiac arrest.
Yes, ma'am. Has about 70-80% mortality rate. Very.
She had a
Yeah.
cesarean section and went into cardiac arrest after suffering an amniotic fluid embolism.
It can happen from a C-section delivery or a vaginal delivery. It's one of those things that causes complete cardiovascular collapse and usually go into something called DIC, which is disseminated intravascular coagulopathy, where you're bleeding and clotting at the same time.
What's the
And
medication? What's the medication for that, Dr. Sharon, that they want to possibly stop?
medication?
You remember that we spoke about a drug?
Oh, so you're talking about Cytotec or misoprostol.
Right.
So that's for hemorrhage. We use that for postpartum hemorrhage. We use that for cervical ripening and induction.
Okay.
So for this one with an amniotic fluid embolism, you get very, very sudden cardiovascular collapse. And that's from the amniotic fluid entering maternal circulation. It can happen in a vaginal delivery or a C-section.
Is
It has a very high.
Is it preventable?
Not really. Not really. Not really. There's nothing that we can do to particularly prevent it. Yeah. And I mean, you manage it. It's managed. You try to control the bleeding and control the clotting at the same time. And it's usually like a multidisciplinary taking care of the patient. Usually the ICU, anesthesia, OB. You know, it's yeah. It is. This is tough. Yeah.
Life isn't easy. It's not easy at all.
It's not. Yeah.
Folks, we have to be just kind to each other as we go through this thing called life. We have to be empathetic, learn to have compassion. If you have never had compassion on anyone, start practicing compassion, right? You cannot always want to be on the receiving end. We have to know how to give. We have to move away from selfishness. And right now, this country is reeling because of selfishness. It's on full display and it's getting us nowhere. We have to remember what community is. Sense of community needs to be reinstated. We need it. We need to start caring about people, caring about each other. We need that. And if we don't, we're forever going to be in upheaval. I want to play this video because it's extremely concerning. This is in our segment, Come Pa Me Veranda Make We Talk. The dad is the biggest red flag. Let me hold on, Jesus, I'm going to do this something. Thank you to everyone joining us here on Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go. We start at 9:15 on TikTok until the ancestors says that's enough, I guess, right? But thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for the followers. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for gifting the panel, our family members. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the support. Oh boy. TikTok talk. Where are you?
She said that you guys are not going to be able to do the wax on my daughter.
So we can do it. We're not denying her like wax and stuff. I know she needs to get done for competition.
You know what? Stop. Let me set it up. So this father is the daughter. His daughter does competitions, and waxing is needed for people who do gymnastics or cheering. Okay. The daughter is 15 years old, and the male esthetician does not want to do it. But let's take a listen.
You guys are not going to be able to do the wax on my daughter.
So we can do it. We're not denying her like wax and stuff. I know she needs to get done for competition and stuff, but we don't have anyone available to like do it.
Okay, but it's you. Right, Pete, you gay. We fool with you. We cool with you. You know, it's you.
Okay, I get that and stuff. But she's under 21. Like that's my thing. I don't wax anybody under 21 and stuff. She's 15, and all the other girls can see her, just not today.
The competition is in a couple of days, and she needs it done. Okay. And we've already booked. You know, we got the sale, the 30% off.
Yeah,
that's definitely what made us go ahead and lock that in.
Okay, I was telling your wife that European Wax can see her.
Oh,
like it's down the street.
But what's the problem? I'm giving you consent for it.
No, I don't feel comfortable waxing your daughter. It's because she's under 21. And I get that. You know, gymnasts and athletes and stuff need to like, you know, get wax on there so no risk of bacteria and all that. But I won't be able to do it. I just don't feel comfortable.
That's understandable, but I spoke to my wife.
Like
Sir, what is your problem? Did he not say several times he does not feel comfortable doing it to your young daughter? It doesn't matter his personal makeup. I don't get it. I don't get it. And just because he is of a different persuasion, let me say that, he said the rules are under a certain age, a woman is supposed to do that. Period. Move on. You got a couple of days. Come back. What is your problem? He handled, I don't know if this is a true story or
It's real. It's real.
I don't understand why some people don't listen. And you can tell he wasn't listening because when you tell someone something and immediately they say, but they weren't paying attention to what you said prior to that. It's not clicking.
So, niece, whenever they're in certain type of sports, right? Gymnastics in particular and cheerleading, they have to get a Brazilian wax, right? This esthetician is telling this father, I don't care that you are giving me consent. I don't wax girls under 21. That man is protecting himself. And I agree with him. One of the female estheticians needs to handle that, and there's none available. If it's in a couple of days, reschedule for when one of the female estheticians are available. He's even willing to give up the business and say you can go down to another business place and get it done. And this father is pushing for this man to wax his 15-year-old daughter. I question the father.
100%.
I question the father.
He must have not known what it was. Somebody didn't show him a video what it was. I don't understand. Why would you be pursuing something? He should be happy. The man said he's not going to do it. He should be promoting that he would prefer to have an adult female do it. If it needs to be done any at all.
Exactly, AT. I agree with the refusal to wax. How many men or how many of us here would be comfortable with a man waxing our 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 13-year-old, or 12-year-old, or whatever age they are, and they have pubic hair? How many of us would be comfortable with a man waxing our daughters? I know sure as hell not me.
Excuse me. I mean, I am a person that get Brazilian wax, and I would not have a man wax me. I'm not doing that. So I would not send my 15-year-old to any man to wax. And first of all, they should have known, like when you're making the appointment, you can request. She should have requested to me a female. I don't. I mean, and he's trying to force the guy, the waxer, to provide the service. No, if he's not comfortable, he's not comfortable. Why would you try to force someone to do something? I agree with him. Yeah, no, not at all.
Why would the mother? I know in this day and age everything is very woke. Why would the mother, the grandmother, the aunt, the mother couldn't find a female to send with her daughter if she is unable to be there? No, she'd have to wait until I'm available.
Why are we waxing a 15-year-old?
Because of the sports that they do. For gymnastics, it's a requirement. I don't know why, but it's a requirement that they cannot have any pubic hair, because remember this, the clothing is skimpy, right? If you've ever watched gymnastics and they're doing the tumbles and stuff and they're doing the splits open, you are seeing their hoo-ha.
Close by. So then shaving doesn't work? It has to be waxed?
That me want to know it too.
Because you can literally shave every day and scrape the stubbles every day.
We have near work too, if we can do no better.
Yeah, that's I'm like, yeah. Can we does it have to be waxing or just no hair?
Ja make a good point. The clothes need to change. Me always say why gymnastic clothes have to be like we're stripping. Why? Why have to eat your places?
But not only no, you say for us, the, they need more coverage. But if you notice in sports, even in track and field, next thing a French cut, them I go, wait, no French cut, tongue them I go running I know, and jumping I know. Also in swimming, next thing is just tongues. Everything is out now. Everything.
Yeah, I never understood why the uniforms were so caught up in your privates like that. Like you can do the same thing in even boy shorts. And especially when it comes to us, sometimes we're more well endowed in certain areas. Okay. Because I have I don't even know how old is she? She's somewhere between 10 and 12. And she swims in volleyball. She's already 6 feet. And she already got a woman body. And some of the stuff I see, especially when she's swimming, it's like, whoa, whoa. Why our kitty cat always got to be out for the world to see? They always trying to control our kitty cat for some reason.
So Jeannie says it's easier. It makes movement easier for them. A little more coverage though, G, because think back decades, right? With even swimming in the Olympics, there was more coverage. There was more coverage. The bathing suits were fuller. Track and field, we weren't seeing their butt cheeks. Volleyball, we weren't seeing, but everything is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
So the word smaller and smaller, everything is getting more actualized, especially on the female counterpart section, more actualized. Them actualize everything.
We are wearing more and the men are okay. We are wearing less and the men are okay, right? Yeah, but that father is dead wrong for pushing the issue. Take your child elsewhere or reschedule. Plain and simple.
True, because the men do the same tumbling in long pants. And they even got an appendage that will get hurt if it gets smacked.
Valid point. Valid point. Valid point, Jay. You know, yeah. 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 Yeah, you can move in boy shorts. AT says pubic is very clear to see, especially with today's cameras. You can see everything. Oh boy. All right, Father, do better. Anthony Mackie has been canceled for his comments. I'm going to be finishing up at the bottom of the hour. Anthony Mackie canceled for his comments on masculinity.
So word on the street is they're trying to cancel Anthony Mackie for some comments he made during an interview about how he raises his son to be masculine men. Listen to this and tell me what y'all think.
I keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids. And no, I don't give a, I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Mm-hmm. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he's going to straighten the other ones out. Mm-hmm. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open a door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up. I love that. Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world, you jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very.
Now, I've seen a lot of chatter talking about this is toxic masculinity. What? How? I actually agree with what he's saying, especially having a son. Like, I want my son to be a stand-up man. I want him to know how to protect mommy and his baby sister when daddy's not around. You know, I want him to assume that role of leader in every area of his life. Is that wrong? Y'all let me know what y'all think about what Anthony Mackie said and how you feel about.
Why would you want to cancel this man for his comments on masculinity and how he's raising his sons? Go ahead. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Ja. Go right ahead.
Some people have too much time on their hands. Some people just want to be miserable. I did not see one thing wrong with what he just said. And the main thing that I heard is respect your family and respect yourself. That's the main thing I heard out of all of that. Respect and protect. How are you going to cancel somebody for that?
Speaks to our moral fabric, right? Our moral compass, the moral fibers of the fabric are framed. Can you, if hey, imagine he's saying he's raising his sons to be respectful, to hold the door open for others, to always say thank you, to echo greetings, and we're knocking his father for training up his children with common courtesies. Well, damn, I'm right there with him then. Me and my husband, well, I guess we will be admonished. Because there's certain things we're not going to let fly. Not with our 4 boys. I'm sorry. Yep, 4 of them. I don't know. What are we wanting from young men then? For them to be disrespectful? Is that what we want? A society of disrespectful men who don't know how to protect? I don't know.
Disrespectful, baby making. What else can I put? Non-child taken care of.
Ja, let us be very real. I'm gonna try to be like as coded as possible.
Yes, please. Come and know you're very passionate right
Oh
now.
God. A one community I try to cancel a man. We can't tell that right now without have to go no further. A one community. You see the little Lego Beast community there. You see the little rolling calf community there.
If it's all English,
Let's go what?
I'm only kidding. Go on through, yeah, Alexia. Go on through.
One bagger them bagger. They no one man for
Where's Alexia? Sit.
be man no more. You want the man face? Oh my God. No, we want men. We want men. You understand me? I'm single right now and it hard. It make me have to think about probably me have to go share somebody cause the real man, we short a man. We short a masculine man. Look how you we heart down on the doctor a while ago because Shortridge there. Shortridge in a system. And you come one knock this a man here. Niece message me, DM me after this. You want the man to try to put out some good man for future daughters and nieces. I go come knock the man in them back. And the little Lego beast them from the colorful community there. They need to go on side with them foolishness. Uno get enough. During COVID and after, uno get enough of them. Make we save who we can save. Uno leave Anthony Mackie alone. The man do the Lord's work. bringing up men. Hem, he, hen. Nothing pan the front or the back. When you go inside with no lewd behavior. So cancel no parents, them should have been cancel no. Hilarious.
We need gentlemen. We need men who are raised properly. We need men who can be upstanding members of society. And this is what this gentleman is doing. He's raising his sons the right way. And we're canceling him for this? So what we want, a society of just roughness, just rough. A society filled with men who will disrespect women, disrespect elders, just disrespect people. Chivalry should not be dead. No, chivalry is still alive. We have to keep chivalry alive. You know, I will take pride and I will pat myself on the back and pat my husband on the back. But I thank God that none of our 4 children have ever embarrassed us. None. Mm-mm. People always used to say, your boys are so well-mannered. It starts from the day they're born. And then they had the opportunity to spend their earlier years with my parents. And my mother don't play that. As much as she spoiled them, she sees to it that they are kept in line. It starts from early. You have to train up a child the way they ought to. Well, I don't know. Go ahead, Ja.
Moments. So, my current neighbor, she has 4 boys. Oh my God. Let me tell you how respectful those boys are. Even when I was sick, if they see me, they will come and help me. They invited me to, I don't remember if it was their mother's birthday. It was some type, they're African. It was some big celebration. They invited me and I went there by myself. And mind you, I don't know anybody but them, right? The whole night, from the husband to the 4 boys, they made sure to check on me and say, do you need something to eat? Do you need something to drink? You want me to go get this for you? This, that, the other. I didn't even expect that. I love those boys right there. And I wish that my daughter had played with them so they could get more interaction, because I would love to just have a arranged marriage with her kids and the way that they take care of their mother. Okay. I just love them. Now, I had similar neighbors before them. They had the wickedest little beasts ever. They would put stones in my air conditioning unit. They would smack a ball against my window. Oh my God. I was so blessed when this new family moved in. I just wanted to say that there are families that are training their children properly.
Thank God.
I don't even know if we got to say properly. I'm just training their children to respect themselves and to respect others. That's the bottom line. Respect yourself, respect others, be a productive citizen in this world.
Listen, I remember a couple months ago, pulling into the driveway, I went to the supermarket and there's a young man. He lives at the end of the street. And I remember I pulled into the driveway, popped the trunk open, took out some of the bags, came in, went to the kitchen. By the time I come back out of the kitchen and heading to the front door, I see him coming in. I heard the screeching of the tires outside, but I didn't pay it any attention. So I'm coming back now to go back out the front door to get the rest of stuff. Here he is coming in with the rest of the bags. He said, I saw when you pulled in and I saw you walking in. So I decided I would just help turn back. The man screeched, the young fella screeched and tires, hit a reverse and come. He brought the groceries in. We hugged, told him thank you, and then he went on about his way. That right there, training. Oh, and if you want to know, Muslim. It doesn't matter what you look like or who you are. We can all show, display the right characteristics. And that is because of the training he got. I guarantee you. Me always am at my husband. Me say, yeah, what community service? But it's a good thing when you see him do it. He'll be out there. And any one of the women, them, any one of the wives out there who need help, he's there helping. As long as he's outside and him safe. We need good men in society, in communities, in the world. So, Anthony Mackie, ignore what people are saying. You are doing the right thing. You are training your children up the right way. Too many of us as parents are more concerned about what our children are donned in. We're too concerned about them having the latest this and the latest that, having them look fly. But on the flip side, they're lacking no conflict resolution skills, no emotional intelligence, no nothing. No sense, no ability to rationalize. They don't even know how to hold a conversation. Just go on the way of the Mr. Mackey. And the last one for the day on Comic with Talk, Grown Man Talk. You sent this one over to me, Ja. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. Let's listen to this one. Where is it? Here it is. Hold on, where it is? Okay, here we go.
That's nice. Have a little bit of money and be good in the bedroom.
Okay, so hold on, let me start it back from the top. So it says here, women are not putting up with a man's brokenness and dysfunction like they used to.
I remember a time.
Oops, sorry. Come on, thing play.
I remember a time when us men, all we had to do was dress nice, have a little bit of money, and be good in the bedroom. And women would put up with so much dysfunction and mess from us. But not anymore. Women have been to therapy. They have been to mediations. They have hired coaches. They have evolved so much into doing self-care. So fellas, you thinking that a woman is difficult, you thinking that she's hard to deal with. Nah, bruh, she just got the money now. And so your money ain't appealing to her no more. She's learned her own worth and her own value. And she's not going to allow you to tear down the areas that she has been able to build up. And it doesn't matter if you're good in the bedroom no more. She'd rather be abstinent than to deal with a dysfunctional man. What are you going to do that is going to make you appealing to a woman who already does the things that you provide for herself? What peace of mind are you going to bring? And you can say that she's not going to have this protection and she's not going to have a man in the house and I can watch over her and I can cover her. If your covering comes with dysfunction and brokenness, I guarantee you she probably rather be uncovered. We can't just do the same antics and the same things that we used to do that women would just tolerate and put up with. They don't do that no more. And I don't blame them because fellas, if you know, like I do, I used to be a mess. Listen, I thank God for turning my mess into a message. And so if you know, like I do, you know that we used to be doing the most without regard of how it would affect women or affect our women. So I thank God for women who have grown and mature and have evolved into their most authentic selves, into a better version of themselves. So that way it puts the standard in place. It puts boundaries in place. So when a man comes into her picture, he has to come correct or don't even bother coming at all.
All right, Ja, since you send it to, go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Did what we talking about? Not, I'm like I can't do a project. Did we have that conversation a couple of days ago?
Sure had
exactly.
That conversation.
I can't. I'll be interior designer. um, you know, yeah, I'll help you out, but I'm not part of the construction crew. I'm not the architect. I'm not the
General
the engineer.
contractor.
No, not the
Julie
no.
said no more project management.
Exactly. Mm. Yeah, so I mean, he's correct, and I think, like in my grandparents' era, where a lot of women didn't work, their work was primarily in the home. Let me say that. Let me not say they didn't work. Their work was in the home, taking care of the kids. So a lot of them depended on the man going out to work and to be able to maintain the household. Now we have a lot of women who are head of household who don't, I mean, I don't need a man to pay my bills. It'd be nice. You want to take me shopping? You want to take me on a trip? Want to take me on a shopping spree? Sure, I'll take it. But I've been done do that for myself so many daggone times that you have to come correct. I am not part of the construction crew. Let's do the interior decorating. Let's put some icing on the cake, and I'm good. Bye.
You heard it. Ja, what say you? You sent it over. What say you, Ja?
Nothing more to say.
He's right. He's right. Absolutely. So, man, you heard it from a man. I know what to tell y'all. Don't look at the woman as a threat. I don't know, brush your egos off. Step up. Step up. Step up. Toxic masculinity to me are men who disrespect others, especially women. Yeah, absolutely. All right, folks. So that's the last one for the day. It is the bottom of the hour. Perfect timing. Well, YouTube, thank you, thank you, thank you. AT, thank you so much. You're the one who is in the comments the most. I want to say thank you for the engagement. Okay. Thank you so much for the engagement. Thank you for being here. We will be back with you, YouTube Live, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. See, I did good today. I kicked off. I opened the doors at the right time this morning. I did so yesterday too, so I'm making progress. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, God willing. See you. Until then, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and walk in love. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.